I know they have a bright future, and I don't know if any of you have ever seen any of these projects. They're quite impressive. They're actually also working a project to help find affordable dwelling units in Loudoun County in Northern Virginia. So very worthy cause. I know they have bright futures. Mr. President, I ask you to give them the warmest welcome.
Thank the Senator. Would our distinguished leaders from the Violet Blue Robotics team please rise in the gallery if you are able? I think it's Violet Blast. Is that right? Violet Blast. Very good. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are proud of each and every one of you. Thank you for your tremendous contributions to the Commonwealth and for all that you're doing in STEM. It's so important to have our young people, particularly our young girls, to be involved in this. And you guys really are the leaders of the future and the leaders of today. So we're grateful to you. We're deeply proud of each one of you. And I would ask everyone to please join me to send the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from Violet Blast Robotics team.
Mr. President.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Mr. President, not only did I say Violet Blue versus Violet Blast, I have another introduction, if I may, sir.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us at the gallery today is Jay Srinivasan and his family and their beloved service dog, Banks, also from Ashburn, Virginia. Jay is an impressive young man. I got to meet him and take some pictures a few moments ago. He is an actor, and he's a model. He debuted on Broadway in New York City as Tiny Tim in A Christmas Carol and modeled for Tommy Hilfiger, Kohl's, and Appleman Adaptive Lines. He also walked the New York Fashion Week runway with Runway of Dreams. At the core of his future in the entertainment and fashion industry is a mission to advocate for children who are differently abled and show others with cerebral palsy that anything is possible. Mr. President, this is a young man who really represents the Commonwealth in a very honorable way. I'm so proud of him, and I ask that you please give him the warmest welcome.
I thank the Senator. Jay, you're already standing, so it is wonderful to see you. Congratulations on all your tremendous success. We are all very, very proud of you. You represent the Commonwealth of Virginia so well, and the fact that you are fighting for so many other young people who are differently abled and giving them hope and inspiration is a beautiful thing. So keep up the great work, and I would ask everyone to please join me in sending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our young leader. Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning,
I rise
Senator.
for an introduction.
Morning, Senator. You have the floor.
Good morning. Members of the Senate, today I had the pleasure of having breakfast with a lovely family who came from Northern Virginia to spend the day here learning about what we do and visiting the Capitol and the Executive Mansion. The Finnegan family, Philip, Tanya, and Gavin, have come from Annandale. They are actually constituents of Senator Chat Peterson, but are my guests today, and I ask that you give them a warm Senate welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Would Philip, Tanya, and Gavin Finnegan please rise in the gallery if you are able? Philip, Tanya, and Gavin, thank you all so much for coming to your capital and for visiting from Annandale, a special place to so many of us. And we appreciate all that you do to add to our democracy and to make this Commonwealth even better for all 8.5 million people. We echo the eloquent and generous words of the Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, and I would ask everyone to please join me and extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to the Finnegan family. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Good morning, Mr. President. Right for the purpose of an introduction.
Good morning, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the gallery joining us is Teresa Brenner. And if you recognize the Brenner last name, that's because she is the mother to Nicole Brenner. She's a constituent of mine in Manassas. The Brenners are very successful business owners. And joining her today is Jacqueline Robinson and Xavier Uribe, family friends. And Mr. President, I ask you to give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the Senator. Would Teresa Brenner, Jacqueline Robinson, and Xavier Uribe please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. It's always wonderful to see you in the Capitol, and we are very appreciative of all that your family does for so many people. And Nicole, we also give thanks for all that she does for us here. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our three distinguished guests. see. I don't see him here. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
If he has returned to the gallery, our prayer this morning was given by Mr. Reverend Wes Peterson of Hope Church in Richmond, and I would ask that we give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank the senator. Just got word Reverend Peterson had to leave, unfortunately, but we do want to still thank him for that beautiful prayer and for all that he does to lift up the Commonwealth. So if we could extend the warmest welcome to the Senate to the Reverend Wes Peterson. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, in our gallery today, we have a very special young lady who always, when she visits here with her father, it always brightens our day as well, and especially brightens his day. You may recall on the floor of the Senate that when my seatmate, the senator from Hanover, stands up and tells us how we should vote or why he's in a particular way on an issue, that we always are regaled with a story of what Reagan had told him and why he was doing what he did, which is amazing because an 8-year-old can dictate policy here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, at least in this seat. But ladies and gentlemen, Reagan McDougal is in the 2nd grade at Cold Harbor Elementary. Her favorite hobbies are arguing with her Diddy. And Mr. President, I'd like to say that, quite frankly, unlike my seatmate here, she's very gifted in sports. And so she's good at basketball and golf, and I'm sure one day will beat her father, probably by the age of 11, on the golf course. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I ask that you extend to Reagan McDougal the warmest welcome of the Senate.
I thank the senator. Would our friend Reagan McDougal please rise to the gallery? Reagan, it is always a pleasure to see you. You brighten this place up, and I know that your dad, your mom, your whole family are very, very proud of you, and we're all very proud of you. So, of course, you're part of this family, and you're welcome here absolutely anytime. And I would ask everyone to please join me to send the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Reagan McDougal. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Seeing none, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move now that I request that we stand in recess until 11:30. That's 1 hour, 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Morning, Senator.
With great enthusiasm, I would invite the members of the Senate Republican Caucus to join me in the prayer meeting room to pray that it only is an hour.
May the prayers be answered. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I invite the Senate Democrats to meet in Senate Room 1 for meditation and reflection for 1 hour.
I thank the senator. The Senate will stand in recess until 11:30 a.m.
This is a mic test for Granicus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good.
The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Will Representative from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. We could return to the morning hour for an introduction.
Without objection.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I have a very special visitor here that I hope you will show some gratitude and appreciation for his appearing here. It's a young man named Mateo Lambert from Vienna, Virginia. He's here with his father and his sister. Mateo started running a couple years ago. He was a soccer player and wanted to stay in shape and started running and competing in races. But rather than just doing it for his own personal enjoyment and satisfaction, he started using it to raise money for children with cancer. And he started a program called Hope Cam. And he became a little bit of a legend in the Northern Virginia running community. I actually learned about him a year ago. He popped up on my Facebook feed challenging me to a race. And foolishly, I accepted the challenge. And Mateo runs with a cape behind him, which advertises his cause. And we were running a 5K, and I can still see that cape moving away from me as from the start line. But he has raised, I'm going to say over, I'm afraid to even put a number on it because I'm sure I'm too low, but several $100,000 for children with cancer. He's been recognized in Northern Virginia and really around the United States for his efforts. And so he is here today. We did pass a resolution in his honor, which I will have a chance to make that presentation back when we get back home to Fairfax County. But I'm just such a fan of this young man, and he's got such a bright future, and I wanted to recognize him and his wonderful family.
Thank the Senator. Would Mateo Lambert and family please rise to the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Mateo, we're so proud of you, and thank you for your tremendous kindness and empathy and for all that you're doing to help young kids who are facing cancer and battling and winning, and with your help, bringing joy into their lives. And so we thank your wonderful family for supporting you. I had the pleasure of meeting you a couple weeks ago when DeMatha was beating their team and winning the championship. We were all at that game together, and we're so grateful to you. So keep up the great work. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to Mateo Lambert and his family. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, clerk will call the calendar. The time for the joint order for certain judicial elections has arrived, and the Senate, on its part, is ready to proceed with the execution of House Joint Resolution number 388. Pursuant to the joint order, it is now in order that the rolls be called. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 51 to be judges of the respective general district courts will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. All in favor of the nominees of the Senate as named by Senate Resolution number 52 to be judges of the respective juvenile and domestic relations district courts will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate will be at ease. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Nominations are now in order for a judge of the respective circuit court. Chair recognizes the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended. The committee on the judiciary be discharged from further consideration of the resolution. The reading of the title be waived, and the Senate resolution number 53 be taken up for immediate consideration.
For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards rise?
Mr. President, I would urge the body not to suspend the rules. There's discussions going on, and it'd be helpful for everybody if you vote no, not to suspend the rules on this issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. What purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise?
Mr. President, just speaking briefly to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
I spoke to the senator from Chesapeake. I do believe that there is an opportunity for us to have resolution. I think it's going to take another day to get there. And so I would hope that we would wait a day before suspending all the rules and that we do that tomorrow with hopefully an agreement to come forward.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, would you like to
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, I'm asking members not to suspend the rules. We did that yesterday, and there was no discussion yesterday. Now, let me be me for a minute, which I'm going to be anyway. The question is, what's the reason for this? That we have a candidate that is not in our area that we are considering. And the candidate that was put from the senator from Roanoke, if it was a sincere candidate that he wanted to put up, not just to stop a person. I said to the caucus this morning that I'm aware of the things that we do in caucus as far as a candidate, but not to say put a candidate up because you dislike a person. And I said that if it was a sincere thing that you want to put it off to try to work things out, I'm in agreement on that. But this is personal, where the senator from Roanoke, who personally disliked this person, Judge Archival. We had the same problem when I was in the House, when Judge Archival wanted to be a judge then. The only reason they got him to be a judge, that was an ongoing personal thing then with the senator from Roanoke and Archival. The only reason he got on the bench then because Delegate Habib worked and made sure that he got on the race. And now Senator Newman, he said that to me about 5 minutes ago, that he want to work things out. But yet he also said that he favored some female who is a fine person. And he said that to me. And I asked a question, you want to delay this thing one more day again just to make sure that your candidate get on there? Then I went down to the hall and talked to Republicans and Joe Linder, who is chairman of P&E. And they say that they are not holding up another day, that we postponed it yesterday, that the House, Republicans and Democrats, they are going to pass it out with ours as well. So the key was this: if you can convince me that it's not personal, it was a personal thing with this senator, with ours as well in the House 10, 12 years ago, whenever it was, and it's personal right now. So to me, that's what's bothering me. If I was concerned that it was not personal, I can understand. But it's a personal thing going on, and yet he is qualified. So I'm trying to find out, why is it? Why is that Senator Newman, bless his heart, and Senator Edwards, who I believe can't stand out of the way of my person. I said that to him in front of his face this morning. All right. If I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I should have said that.
Senator, go.
I apologize.
Make sure it's not personal.
I apologize. But I'm saying to you is that I'm asking y'all not to do that. And I'm asking to the House, I ask them to please to stay on course, because I think it's wrong to not put a person on the bench because someone dislikes someone. Mr. President, as the chair I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I think a lot of, honestly, I served with him. I was very much supportive of him going on the bench. So I've been very supportive of him, and I would continue to be that way. As I understood it, and I'm only partially involved in this circuit, is that if we did have another day, and I would not ask it to go by another day, Mr. Ware could potentially even come down here. I've not seen him at all for this process. He showed up from the House for circuit court, and a number of us have not had an opportunity to discuss it with him. So I hope that the senator from Chesapeake understands that I'm a very big supporter of this particular judge. He is a fine co-worker when I was in the House of Delegates and the Senate, and I was just hoping that there could be agreement. The other portion here is if we go down the road of maybe no one within the circuit agreeing with an individual, that I think is opening up a new pathway, and I think we could probably end up with support within the circuit of the individual we support. So that's why I was hoping to do that.
Mr. President, lastly, if the senator from Newman, if he would give me assurance, is that
Senator, hold on one second. Senator,
I apologize.
Senator, yield for a question.
Mr. President, I'm having trouble here, but of course I yield. I just can't.
Okay, Senator yields. Speak up a little bit, but he yields for a question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I just got his assurance that with Judge Alder come down, if I have his assurance that they will be fairly with him, and then Mr. Chairman, I would agree to what he wants to do.
Mr. Chairman, I would tell the gentleman it's a good question, and absolutely, I just look forward to, since he's going to be in our circuit, to have an opportunity to speak to him about being our judge. And if we do that, then I think we can go forward tomorrow. So, yes, sir.
Mr. President, with that, then I will withdraw the resolution at this time.
Senator withdraws his motion. Without objection, the motion is withdrawn. The chair appoints Senators McClellan, Boysko, and Chafin, the committee on the part of the Senate, to count and report the vote of each House in each case. The Senate will be at ease. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The joint order under House Joint Resolution number 388 will be resumed. Clerk will read the report of the committee to count the vote.
The committee has reported as follows. Number of votes necessary to elect. In the House of Delegates, 51. In the Senate, 21.
Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate waive the reading of the report.
Question is, shall the reading of the report be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the report is waived. Those named in the report as having received the vote of a majority of the members elected to each house of the General Assembly are declared duly elected as judges of the respective circuit courts, general district courts, and juvenile and domestic relations district courts for the terms that have been set forth. Clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, March the 3rd, 2020, page 9. Bills in conference. House Bill 888, Conference Committee report.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting to the right page here.
Page 9.
Page 9, House Bill 888.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have worked with the House on this, and I believe that they made some good choices. They put a small sunset clause on it, which agrees with what we did, and also raised the limit from $1,000 to $1,500. With that, I move that we adopt the amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts Conference Committee report.
Turning to page 24. Unfinished business House. House Bill 46. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference on House Bill 46.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 75. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 201. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 393. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 540. The House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our amendment and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 572. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 668. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could this go by temporarily?
We just need
All it needs to do is insist.
Don't want to insist and request?
Let me speak to this because this is going to be a little bit of an eyeball.
Okay, go ahead. Senator's floor.
And I apologize, I didn't have a chance to speak to the earlier. I'm going to ask, move that we recede, and let me explain why. This was a somewhat unique and some might say esoteric bill. It dealt with field investigations which take place on state property and making that a Class 1 misdemeanor. The similar code provisions are all Class 1 misdemeanors. I can't speak.
Panel said we can't recede.
I cannot recede.
Correct.
So I can only insist and request?
That's correct.
All right, I'm seeing not. Okay, well then forget what I said. I insist and request.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 806. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Well, Mr. President, since the House rejected the committee substitute, I insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 812. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, as to House Bill 812, I move that the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 928, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate insist on his amendments and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1017, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1024, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move the Senate insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1184, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I insist and request on our substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1301, the House has rejected the Senate substitute with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1434, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
From Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move we insist on our Senate substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1513, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move we insist and request a committee of conference, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1552, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we insist and request a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1634. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 19. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chairman of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, or Senators Locke, Eben, and Peake. House Bill 220. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, or Senators Spruill, Saraville, and Vogel. House Bill 235. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, are Senators Marsden, McClellan, and McDougall. House Bill 298. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators McClellan, Boyce-Coe, and Obenshain. House Bill 375. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, are Senators Hashmi, Locke, and Suderline. House Bill 402. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, are Senators Hashmi, Locke, and Suderline. House Bill 660. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of the Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators Deeds, Saraville, and Stanley. House Bill 759. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators Edwards, Peterson, and Chafin. House Bill 824. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators Morrissey, Deeds, and Stanley. House Bill 913. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, are Senators Peterson, Locke, and Lewis. House Bill 974. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, are Senators Deeds, Edwards, and Stanley. House Bill 1037. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslaw, or Senators Hashmi, Bell, and Mason. House Bill 1201. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, or Senators Eben, Bell, and Reeves. House Bill 1269. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, or Senators Mason, Bell, and Reeves. House Bill 1450. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, Senator Peterson, or Senators Stewart, Mason, and Peterson. House Bill 1451. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, Senator Peterson, or Senator Stewart, Mason, and Peterson. House Bill 1499. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of the Judiciary, Senator Edwards, Senators Favola, Boysko, and McDougall. House Bill 1544. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Judiciary, Senator Edwards, or Senators Morrissey, Peake, and Boysko. And we are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in that section. Turning to page 42, unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 106 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we concur with the amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, all the House did was move some language from one sentence to a little bit earlier in the sentence to make it clear that we were talking about groundwater management areas declared as of a certain date as opposed to wells that were drilled through the groundwater area as of a certain date. So these amendments are mainly just clarifying, didn't really change anything. And again, I'd move that we concur.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 258 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with changing the law as miners working around mines. It matches the federal code. It does the changes they've made the second time do no damage to it, so I would move that it be accepted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 742 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
The House made two changes, one of which is to include the provisions under the Virginia Consumer Protection Act, much like other sections of this code, as well as allowing the court to suspend or revoke a retail license found to be in violation of this section. This was also checked with the stakeholders group prior to the House amendment. There was no objection, and therefore I renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 776 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move we concur with the House amendments. The House amendments are clarifying and they help bring along some extra bipartisan support on the other side. Specifically, it says the Commission shall permit only living shoreline approaches to shoreline management unless the best available science shows that such approaches are not suitable. So with that, Mr. President, I again move that we concur with the House amendments.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 861 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we concur with that substitute and speaking of that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, this was the Benefits Consortium bill, work that Senator Donovan had done last year as well. This was an amendment that I requested. It came in the form of a substitute, looked like a 33-page change, and it's really about a 6-line change that we came up in concert with the Bureau of Insurance, giving them the ability to regulate certain elements, but also excluding it because it's a multiple employer welfare arrangement. It was excluded from something we had included in the bill. So this was working with the Bureau of Insurance as a cleanup measure that we requested, Mr. President, and so I would ask that we pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 918 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree with the House amendments. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that makes definitions and deals with the regulations for extractions and other uses of hemp, has an emergency clause on there. And all this bill does is the House took the clause off, and it's no longer needed because VDAX has the necessary funding through fees and other sources to meet the requirements of the bill. And so, again, I reiterate that we accept the House amendments.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 936 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Texas Hold'em tournaments. The House amendment is friendly, so I would ask that we accept the amendment and let the games begin.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1028 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move we accept the House substitute. The House substitute removes the sales tax exemption from feminine hygiene products because legislation to exempt those products from a state sales tax failed to pass the House Appropriations Committee. It was originally included in the Senate due to the sales tax exemption legislation passing out of this chamber. This is similar to what was done on Senator Ruff's bill, which provided the sales tax for school infrastructure from Mecklenburg. So I would move we accept the substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The
Mr.
question,
President,
former Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Gentleman yield for question.
Will Senator yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I was trying to hear his explanation. So, Mr. President, does that sales tax exemption apply exclusively to Northampton County, or is that a statewide application?
Senator's floor.
Exclusively to Northampton County.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1030 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the amendments from the House.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the legislation prohibits the keeping of dangerous animals from being allowed to direct contact with individuals. All this did was they removed individual because they want to protect those who work there that allowed to do that. So they scrapped that and put them members of the public. I move that we accept the amendment.
Thank the Senator. What purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, I heard there's been quite some concern about this bill that elephants were included in this bill. Can the gentleman tell me if elephants are included in this bill?
Senator, has the floor.
Bless your heart, John. Bless your heart. Mr. President and members, yes, I worked hard with this bill, and the Senator Hanger, who got my tie on, and it's a Republican tie, he agreed if I get it out, he would give me that tie and I would wear it. Yes, elephant word in, but it's based on was one elephant they had a problem with, who raised from a child up. And the problem was it was taken out. And they felt like that this would be great if we put it back in because of that. Then I suggest that one elephant that we want to let him live his life out. But the good senator from Senator Hanger, I don't know where he's from, he suggests that elephant should be in it. And he said, why don't you put in the donkey? I said, no, we don't want to have no Democratic donkeys in there. So I agreed to take it out so elephant is not in here. So are we saying now that those individuals who work there are allowed to touch with the animals, but members of the public cannot?
Further question?
Yeah, further question, Mr.
Yes, Senator Yields. Senator
Yes,
Yields, you have the floor.
So I thank the gentleman for that explanation. I just want to make sure. Now, this elephant, I believe, is down in Natural Bridge Zoo, is a real favorite with the public, interacts extremely well with the public. Now, I just want to make sure, are the school children that go down to see this great little elephant still going to be able to touch its trunk?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. Chairman, bless your heart, the school children still will be able to go down for this particular elephant? Yes, sir.
I thank the gentleman, and all I would say, Mr. President, is that if she wasn't involved or excluded, I would have said tusk.
Oh, bless your heart, bless your heart.
For what purpose is the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to express on the floor that the senator from Northern Chesapeake is a true gentleman and a man of his word. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this bill unfortunately triggered me for a reason. And when I was 7 years old, the woman who took care of me and my brother took us up to Beacon Mall to go watch bear wrestling. It's back in the day, in Fairfax County, you could watch bear wrestling. And you'd have to pay $150 to wrestle the bear. And if you Victor, Google him, Victor the Wrestling Bear. Google it right now. It'll pop right up. And if you beat Victor the Wrestling Bear, you'd win $500. And so we went to this wrestling ring. And for some reason, the guy managing the bear needed a volunteer. And my 7-year-old self got volunteered to be pulled into the ring with the bear. And Victor's bear keeper, I guess, gave me a root beer, whispered something in my ear I couldn't understand, shoved me in the corner with the root beer. And next thing I know, this 6-foot-tall bear came walking at me. And I was sitting the root beer in my hand. The bear reached down to my hand, grabbed the root beer, popped it open, and chugged it. And I would just say, by passing this bill, no child will ever have that experience ever again. So make sure you vote green so further children aren't triggered and traumatized like I was at 7 years old. Thank you.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Mars.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That explains many, many things.
That's great. For what purpose is a junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Chesapeake yield for a question?
Well, Senator yield. Senator from Northern Chesapeake.
Northern Chesapeake.
Yes. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman, and notwithstanding the levity here, does this bill now allow children to pet elephants, notwithstanding the one location where you can, or is it a ban on petting elephants throughout the Commonwealth?
Senator's the floor.
They are not allowed to touch elephants. No, sir.
All right. Further question.
Further question? Hold on. Senator Yield, further question?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that Barnum and Bailey has now banned their elephants, so that's not an issue. But in Sol du Soleil, they still have elephants. The children can go down and with supervision can pet them. Is this bill now banning that?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the question. That, sir, I do not know about those in this circle. We are talking about this bill is for wild animals, wild elephants. We're not talking about those who are in the circuit that's been properly trained.
Mr. President,
further
could
question?
somebody in the body answer that question?
Yes.
Does this bill...
The question, I'm sorry, to answer the question, yes, in those circles of animals like that, yes, they could.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Senator.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
To answer the junior senator from Richmond's question, under this bill, a keeper, so zookeeper or whoever keeps the animals for Cirque du Soleil, could not offer individuals for a fee direct contact with one of the dangerous animals listed in the bill. So they could, I guess, touch them for free, but they couldn't touch them for a charge.
For what purpose does Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I ask if the senator from Northern Chesapeake would yield for one question.
Yes, sir.
Well, Senator yields. Senator yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I noticed that given the previous responses that this bill applies to elephants, I also noticed that it does not apply to clouded leopards. Can the gentleman explain to me why clouded leopards are not dangerous? Wild animals?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I don't know what that is. I cannot. If I did, I would give you an answer, sir. I do not know what that is. I promise you.
I thank the gentleman.
What purpose does the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to speak briefly to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
To be clear, the bill, which is a good bill now, sponsored by the senator from Northern Chesapeake, does not address elephants at all. Elephants has been taken out of the bill. So whatever you could do with an elephant before, you can still do with an elephant. And so whatever. Thank you.
Sorry, senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I wonder if the senator from Augusta would tell us what he used to do with elephants.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I would only say that as a member of the Republican Party, I would just have him as a mascot as he does a donkey, and I would think I have a better mascot, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. Senate concurs with the House amendment.
Senate Bill 1064 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur with the House substitute in speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the bill that dealt with the Richmond combined sewer overflow that we had a few discussions about earlier. As the bill moved through the House, we actually were able to put together a working group, including the City of Richmond, some other stakeholders, and representatives of the governor's office. And the substitute that we adopted on the House side is a result of that work group. And what that bill now does, briefly because it's a long bill and it's fairly complicated, it sets a timeline for Richmond to figure out how to fix the problem with the sewer going into the James River, and it sets a timeline for them to complete construction of that. It sets it out about 15 years. Believe it or not, 15 years is a really aggressive timeline because they have a huge problem to fix. I'm not entirely satisfied with the bill. There are some what I would call escape clauses in it, but I think those escape clauses are only they can only use those if they go after this diligently and through no fault of their own they meet obstacles. So I think we have a good framework for them to fix these problems. And if not, Mr. President, you can expect me to be back here with another bill to address it. But at this point, I'd ask that the body adopt the House substitute.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
First of all, I associate my comments with the senator from King George, but also add the following. It's not that nothing will be done in the next 15 years. For instance, it is incumbent upon any owner of a combined sewer overflow that discharges effluent into the James River to submit to the Department of Environmental Quality by July of next year those steps that they can take. It's incumbent upon them to submit to DEQ by July 1, 2024, a final plan detailing the actions that they will take. And, of course, by 2022, they've got to initiate construction efforts. So nobody should be under the assumption that zero things will be done in the next 15 years. We're working closely every year by it. The other thing is that I would say is this. In all the bills that I've seen my first year in the state Senate, that folks from both sides of the aisle got together, led by Senators Donovan and Stewart and Delegate Hashmi and McClellan. Everybody got together across aisles on this to come up with this working solution. That's very encouraging to me. I hope the body will support it.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1075 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to, with the recommendation it be rejected, I move the Senate concur with the Senate amendment. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that adds more notice time for public comment for certain projects seeking a permit before DEQ. We need some technical amendments, and so we need to put it in the conference.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 65, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since they insist, I move that we accede to the request for a conference committee.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to a request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, or Senators Locke, Eben, and Peake. Senate Bill 219. The House insists on its amendment and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accede to the House request for committee of conference.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to a request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The Senate accedes to request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds, or Senators Marsden, McClellan, and McDougall. Senate Bill 329, the House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the request of the House for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator Lewis, or Senators Chafin, Pillion, and Bell. Senate Bill 545, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the request for a conference committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Edwards, or Senators Edwards, Peterson, and Chafin. Senate Bill 576, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Howell, Barker, and Vogel. Senate Bill 880, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
President, I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, or Senators Locke, Hashmi, and Newman. Senate Bill 990, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House's request for a conference committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Edwards, Newman, and Abbott. Senate Bill 1023, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Mr. President, I move that we accede to the House's request for a committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Peake, Morrissey, and Boysko. Senate Bill 1089, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate accede to the House's request for a committee of conference.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Morrissey, Peake, and Boysko. Turning to page 55. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar, it's pages 55 through 70, House Bill 557 through 1705 be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendment thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 55 through 70, House Bill 557 through House Bill 1705, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 557, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd ask that House Bill 557 be removed from the block and go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 557 will be removed from the block and go by for the day.
House Bill 697, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1147, reported the committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd ask that House. Excuse me. Mr. President, I'd ask that House Bill 1147 be removed from the block and go by for the day.
Without objection, bills removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 1654, the committee amendment has been adopted by the Senate. House Bill 1680, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could this bill come out of the block and go by for the day?
And that's 1680?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, that bill be removed from the block and go by for the day.
House Bill 160, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 193, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 211, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Could House Bill 211 on page 58 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 211 is removed from the block.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Can House Bill 160 on page 57 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 160 is removed from the block.
House Bill 310, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 411, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 445, reported.
Mr. President.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with respect to House Bill 411, I'd ask that it be removed from the block and go by for the day.
Without objection, bills removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 445, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 465, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 538, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 561, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Mr. President.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can that bill, HB 561, come out of the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 561 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 857, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may House Bill 857 be removed from the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 857 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 914, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 932, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can House Bill 932 come out of the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 932 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 935, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can House Bill 935 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 935 is removed from the block.
Mr. President, can HB 935 go by for the day as well?
Without objection, House Bill 935 will go by for the day.
House Bill 941, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 989, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 991, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may House Bill 991 be removed from the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 991 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 1032, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1056, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that the amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1066, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may House Bill 1066, also known as the Battle of Hastings Bill, be removed from the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 1066 is removed from the block and will go by for the day. Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, can House Bill 941 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 941 will be removed from the block, and that's on page 62.
House Bill 1082, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1092, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1106, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1126, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1221, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1325, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1333, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can House Bill 1333 please come out of the block?
Without objection, House Bill 1333 is removed from the block.
House Bill 1348, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1354, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1420.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could House Bill 1354 come out of the block, please?
Without objection, House Bill 1354 is removed from the block.
House Bill 1424, reported for the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1505, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1518, reported for the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1521, reported for the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1560, reported for the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1638, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill...
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may House Bill 1638 be removed from the block and go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 1638 is removed from the block and will go by for the day.
House Bill 1666, reported for the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1705, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The question is, shall the House bills pass in a block? That is, all bills except for the following: House bills 557, 1147, 1680, 211, 160, 411, 561, 857, 932, 935, 991, 1066, 941, 1333, 1354, and 1638. All in favor of the motion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Can 1705 come out of the block?
Without objection. What page is that on, Senator?
I think 70.
70, okay. Without objection, House Bill 1705 will also be removed from the block. All in favor of the motion to pass the remaining bills in the block will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Turning to page 57.
Turning to page 57.
House Bill 160.
House Bill 160.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one that license plate bill that has the wording "Stop Gun Violence," and I move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 160? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 160 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. House Bill 160 passes.
Page 58.
Page 58, House Bill 211.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to yield to the senior senator from Chesapeake who wanted to explain something on the bill.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 211 is a special license plate awarded for those who have achieved the Air Medal. Now, this plate does not require the 450 pre-sold plates, as does not the Silver Star, Bronze Star, or other high military achievement medals. I had a little bit of a heartburn with this, and I talked it out with Dell at Hearst. But indeed, the Air Medal, while it is easier to get now than it was in World War II when it first came out, it still recognizes achievement either in aerial combat or in aerial resupply and logistics. So I just want to make an explanation why this is different from the other ones, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 211? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 211 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 211 passes.
Page 62.
Page 62,
House Bill 941.
House Bill 941.
Mr. President.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of House Bill 941 and speaking to that motion.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 941 is identical to my bill. His bill was conformed to my bill, and it passed this body 40-0. The bill deals with electronic speed signs on Highway 17. The bill was brought at the request of local law enforcement, our sheriff, and the Board of Supervisors, and the bill was amended to remove any cost to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Our local Board of Supervisors agreed to pay for the speed signs. So that's what the bill does, and VDOT was okay with it. And so with that, I would ask that the body please pass the bill.
Mr. President.
Former Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds-Brown.
I would ask if the senator from Fauquier would yield for a question.
Will the senator yield? Senator yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'd say to the senator, I thought this bill looked like one of hers that she introduced, and I don't want to trespass too much on your time, but I hope people will look at this bill. And doing your research on this bill, which calls for the erection of specific types of signs at 3 or 4 specific intersections. Did the gentlelady find any other bills that have ever been done like this before?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I would say to the gentleman from Bath that the community and those in law enforcement were interested in trying to come up with some deterrent factor, and they believe that the signage would act as such. And the speed signs only will be erected at those locations if the locality agrees to pay for it. And yes, it is true that the gentleman from Bath, I have not seen any bill since I've been here where we've passed legislation that would enable a locality to do this. And I think the reason that it came this way is that initially we were hoping that VDOT might be involved, and then we didn't want to actually involve VDOT and require them to pay. So we backed the bill out to make it just the locality's responsibility.
And Mr. President, I'd ask the senator one additional question.
Senator Yield. Senator Yield.
I would be happy to yield.
With respect to the second paragraph, I hope you look at that as well, because that says that VDOT is going to pay. However, the county can pay. and if the county refuses to pay, the signs don't go up until the county or until VDOT determines it can pay. Is that what it says?
So, Mr. President, I would say that the gentleman from Bath, that if you look there at line 18, we struck that language that then would default back to VDOT. So the end of the line is the county. So if the county doesn't pay, it ultimately does not fall back on VDOT. And that was done at VDOT's request, obviously, which is why VDOT was then quite happy with this bill. And I would just say the gentleman from Bath who sat through the Transportation Committee testimony that this has been the result of a year's work of community stakeholders, law enforcement, the Board of Supervisors, and a very, very engaged group of community activists. So with that, I would tell the gentleman from Bath that that is why we had this bill and a few others that Delegate Webert in the House and I have brought to this body.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden Rhymes.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, is the floor.
Yeah, this bill has been a concern to this part of Virginia for a number of years. It's involved fatalities. There's ever-increasing traffic on this road, and I commend the senator from Fauquier for working so diligently with her citizens and the police and VDOT to solve this problem, and I urge you to support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 941? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 941 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39.
Noes 1, I'm sorry.
You still count, sir. Ayes 39, noes 1. House Bill 941 passes.
On page 66, House Bill 1333.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking to the measure.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is actually an innovative approach to a problem that sometimes is encountered by landlords and tenants. What the bill would do would allow that in lieu of a security deposit, where there's agreement to do so, that the tenant, the renter, would be able to purchase insurance that would be paid monthly to an insurance company that would help deal with any damage issues that might be encountered during the time period that the tenant is there. This was worked out so that some of the individuals who would be moving into these units right now, often they have to pay 3 months rent, a month in advance, the next month's rent and the security deposit. This would make it a little easier on them, and that they would pay a monthly fee rather than that last payment for the security deposit. The landlords are happy because the insurance company guarantees that if there's damage to the unit, that will be covered by the insurance product. And the insurance companies are happy because they get to sell more insurance products. So it was a win-win-win operation here, and I would hope to be a pleasure of the body to pass this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1333? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1333 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. House Bill 1333 passes.
Page 67, House Bill 1354.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I also move that this bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator, has the floor.
What this bill does is establish a plastic waste prevention advisory council, something that we have not had previously, as far as I know, and it certainly was represented that way at the committee meeting. It provides a list of people who would be appointed to this advisory council. It would be a short-term type of thing with sunset set for 2023. It would require the council to approve a preliminary report with suggestions for legislation no later than November 1st of this year, so that it can be considered in the 2021 legislative session. It covered plastic waste more broadly than the bills that we had earlier dealing with plastic bags, and so it would actually be more comprehensive in that nature. And so therefore, I hope it be the pleasure of the body to approve the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1354? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1354 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. House Bill 1354 passes.
70.
On page 70, House Bill 1705.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill brought to you dealing with pedestrians. And what it does is clarifies the duties of vehicle drivers to stop when yielding to pedestrians at clearly marked crosswalks, whether at mid-blocks or at the end of any block. Any regular pedestrian crossing included in the prolongation of the lateral boundary lines of the adjacent sidewalk at the end of a block, or any intersection when the driver is approaching on a highway where the maximum speed limit is not more than 35 miles per hour. And the bill contains some technical amendments, and it also, Mr. President, the substitute that was brought in Delegate Plum's bill, which made it illegal to try to pass somebody who stopped for a pedestrian. And that is what the bill does. And I urge its passing.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1705? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1705 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. House Bill 1705 passes.
Regular calendar House bills on third reading. House Bill 798.
Mr. President.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
At the request of the patron, can this bill go by for the day, please?
Without objection, House Bill 798 will go by for the day.
House Bill 657, a bill relating to Comprehensive Plan Solar Facilities Review. Committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may House Bill 657 go by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 657 will go by for the day.
House Bill 528, a bill to direct the State Corporation Commission to determine when electric utilities should retire coal-fired or natural gas-fired electric generation facilities. Reported for the Committee on Commerce and Labor with amendment.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
This will be the last day, but bye for the day. There's some dispute or doubt on what's actually in the bill and what's not, and did certain amendments make it or not. Okay, so we'll have it all cleared up by tomorrow and ready to go.
Okay, so Senator, want to move to pass that by for the day?
By for the day, yes.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, House Bill 528 will go by for the day.
House Bill 6, a bill relating to the Virginia Fair Housing Law, unlawful discriminatory housing practices. The floor amendment and committee amendments. Floor amendment has been adopted by the Senate.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator, has the floor.
As was stated by the clerk, we did adopt a floor amendment yesterday, brought forth by the senior senator from Richmond, and that was adopted. There was also a question raised by the senator from Mecklenburg, and I will provide that the answer to that question. Basically, what was referenced there was having to sign multiple documents. What has to happen in the situations where there's a rental contract that is established with someone who is also partly government supported in terms of the payment for the housing that's acquired, that they're renting, basically the Section 8 program. What they have to do is the landlord has to sign a rental agreement with the tenant, and then also sign an agreement that is a very simple form, direct form, with the local housing authority that is providing the payment to supplement what the tenant pays. And with that contract signed, they then receive direct deposit on the first of every single month, a very regular payment that's made to the landlord there to be able to cover the expenses. And that is those are the two documents that are signed here by the landlord. So, with that, I would move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Southern Fairfax yield to one more question?
Will the senator yield?
Yes, I will yield. So.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Dan, your explanation. Would the housing assistance payments contract supersede any lease that a property owner required?
There's the floor.
No, it would not. They basically both are separate agreements. The lease with the tenant is a lease that stands on its own. The agreement with the housing authority is simply for a payment mechanism.
And you don't believe, Mr. Chairman?
Further question? Senator Yield for further questions. Senator Barker? Yield.
I'd be happy to yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I believe that 13-page contract overrides in any way an agreement between two parties in a lease.
Mr. President, the information I've received is it does not override that. So, that's fully my understanding there that all that is to sign that. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 6? For what purpose, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I'm aware of no other area of the law whereby a private business owner is compelled into a contractual relationship with a government entity, which is what this is. Mr. President, I thank Senator Ruff for his question because in reality, the bill does force housing providers into that contractual relationship. And Mr. President, if an applicant passes a criminal and credit screening, the only option to get paid their rent comes from signing that housing assistance payment signing that housing assistance payment contract. And what happens when the housing authority fails to meet the terms of this contract? Nothing. What happens if the housing provider breaks it? Well, then there's immediate enforcement. Mr. President, there is no other area in the law whereby a private business owner is compelled into a contractual relationship with a government entity, which is what this is. I would hope this body would vote against this measure.
For what purpose, the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, rise?
Mr. President, I'm speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I rise in support of HB 6. Mr. President, this bill does not require or force landlords to accept all applicants with vouchers. It merely prohibits housing discrimination because of the voucher. Housing providers should examine all applicants, including voucher holders, for acceptable credit, income, and rental history. Vouchers help the Commonwealth's most vulnerable populations afford housing. That is what HB 6 does. Claims that there are extraordinary costs and administrative burdens to renting voucher holders are exaggerated and or unsupported by substantive evidence. Refusal to participate in the voucher program severely restricts low-income households from gaining access to safe neighborhoods, affordable housing, and choice schools. The voucher program was designed to help those that are most in need, not further restrict access to opportunity. If Virginia wants to remain on the list of those cities that are at the top 5 in the top 10 of those that are evicting individuals from housing, then let's not deal with this.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 6 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. House Bill 6 passes.
House Bill 623, A bill relating to gender-neutral terms, prohibition on same-sex marriage and civil unions, removed from the code, certain gender-specific crimes penalty. The committee substitute has been adopted by the Senate.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass.
Senator has the floor.
This bill replaces the terms husband and wife, as well as related terms with gender-neutral terms throughout the code. It repeals statutory prohibitions on same-sex marriage and civil unions. It amends various criminal and criminal procedure laws to make them applicable to both same-sex and opposite-sex married couples. Move it pass.
Thank you, Senator. What purpose is Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator Serval, or do you want Senator
Yes.
Howe? Senator Serval. Will Senator yield?
I'll yield in the middle of my popsicle, which I can't now put down.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
President, first I tell him that there are more where that came from, so don't worry. But secondly, I'd like to ask him, what's the policy difference between this and the legislation that we dealt with on the Senate side with the same top-line issue regarding to marriage and civil unions? It's a longer bill, and as I review it, and I'm trying to see, are we actually making any policy changes in the criminal code?
Senator has the floor.
Well, I'll tell. First of all, Mr. President, what I would say to the gentleman is I haven't read this bill as thoroughly as you would probably like for me to be able to answer that question. My understanding is that the intent of it was not to make any policy changes, but it was to simply bring our code up to speed with the Obergefell decision. And I will tell you that there was one change that the Courts Committee rejected, which probably should be in here, but was taken out at the Courts by the Judiciary Committee, which was the decriminalization or taking adultery out of the code, because it's not possible for certain couples to commit adultery legally anymore. And by continuing to have adultery on our books and adultery-based divorce, that creates an equal protection problem. And that was deleted by the Judiciary Committee. So that, I think, was the only probable policy change that was intended by the original bill, but the Judiciary Committee took that out. But other than that, my understanding is this was mostly about terminology and labels. And if you want to take it by for a few minutes, I can take a look at it and give you my analysis to give you an answer after reading it. But based on my understanding of what the patron told me, that's what I think it is intended to do.
Further question?
Mr. President, I move that the bill go by temporarily.
Without objection?
I can finish my popsicle.
Without objection, House Bill 623 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 1090, a bill relating to required immunizations, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment. And we have 3 floor substitutes and an amendment to a substitute.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could this bill please go by for the day?
Hearing no objection? No, I'm just there's an objection, Senator, to it going by for the day. So we'll have a voice vote.
Mr. President, I have a number of stakeholders who haven't had a chance to look at all of the amendments that you all have put forward, and I have an additional floor amendment that I would like to be considered. So if y'all would be so kind as to allow this to go by for the day, that would be great.
President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, could I ask the gentlelady a question?
Senator Deal for a question.
I was wondering if the gentlelady would let it go by temporarily. I think we do have a number of items here that might fix your problem, and if we could just talk about it, it might help that we can get these people to where they're in comfort zone, but do it a different way. So.
I yield to that. Thank you.
Okay. So without objection, House Bill 1090 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 1116, a bill relating to political parties, notification of adoption of primary election, certification of candidates. Reported for the Committee on Privileges and Elections, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds. Do you take it? Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serval.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive reading of the floor amendment or the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute in speaking to that motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this floor substitute before you does a little bit more than the original bill did. So the original bill was described to me as an agency bill that was requested, I guess, by the Department of Elections to try to consolidate where a political party files its choice of primary or convention. Right now, as you all know, they're required to file the choice with 140 different legislative district chairs around the state. And the original bill would propose that all of those be filed by the chairman of the state party with the Department of Elections. So only one person in each party would file that. That was the original intent. You all may remember that earlier this session we had some floor discussion about the Senator from Roanoke County's legislation to bring our code up to speed with a federal court case that came down last year which said it was a violation of the First Amendment freedom of association provision for legislators to be able to choose their method of nomination. And we talked about making primary the default rule. So the senator from Roanoke County didn't like that on his bill, and his bill went back to committee never to emerge. So what this bill does is the same thing as the original bill does, but it also makes a primary the default method of nomination for any candidate for the legislature, unless the state central committee of either of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party picks a different method of nomination for everybody. So it's either everybody's primary or everybody's convention, but there's no choice in each district. So it leaves that policy choice to the party, but it says they have to go all one way or all the other. And that's basically what this does between lines 18 and lines 33 of the bill. You know, from our perspective, primary is democracy. It maximizes turnout, maximizes participation. It ought to be our default rule, and I would hope the body would adopt the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Would the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
I'll yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
The senator says that he hopes that the default should be by primary, but isn't it true that this bill does, this substitute does just the opposite?
Senator's floor.
I would answer the gentleman no.
The gentleman yield for another question.
Senator yield. Senator yield. You have the floor.
Would the gentleman look at line 15 of his substitute where it says, the duly constituted authorities of the political party for the district, county, city, or town in which any other office is to be filled, etc. Does any other office include the state legislature?
Senator's the floor.
I would answer the gentleman, it does. However, if you go on to the next paragraph, it says, notwithstanding subsection A for the General Assembly, here's the rule.
In just a moment, would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
I'll yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Doesn't lines 15 through 17 clearly say that the party, the duly constituted authorities of the political party for the district, county, city, or town in which any other officer is to be filled shall have a right to determine the method by which a party nomination shall take place?
Senator's the floor.
I would answer the gentleman, yes, that's what that sentence says.
Would gentleman yield for further questions?
Senator yield. Senator yield. You have the floor.
Since the gentleman has a jurisdiction, Eastern Fairfax County, and that county can make a decision, what happens to the rest of the legislators who sometimes represent 10 different counties? Who makes the decision then?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I think you go to the next sentence, which is lines 18 through 33, which says, notwithstanding what that sentence just said, which means that this next sentence governs, a party shall nominate its candidates for election to the General Assembly by a primary unless the party chooses a single alternative method of nomination for all such candidates.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
I would tell the gentleman that I've actually cobbled that sentence, paragraph B, and it now reads, after you take out all the deletions, notwithstanding subsection A party shall nominate its candidate for election to the General Assembly unless, by a primary, unless the party chooses an alternative method. Isn't that what it now says after you cobble it together?
Senator's the floor.
Yep, that's what it says.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Well, Senator yield.
Will the gentleman tell me what it means when it says a party shall nominate its candidates for election to the General Assembly by a primary unless they decide something else? What does that mean?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say that means is that the party nominates by primary unless they choose a convention.
Further question?
Gentleman yield for another question.
Senator yield. Senator yield to the floor.
Would the gentleman answer the following question with specificity? Tell the legislators in this body who have multiple jurisdictions, if they are coming up for a primary nominating contest in 3 years, and they represent multiple counties and towns. Tell me how those multiple counties and towns come together to determine the process, either a primary or an election.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say to the gentleman is that the counties and towns don't have anything to do with it. The party does, and the state central committee of that party does, and the state central committee can pick a method of nomination for every other seat. So they have to pick a convention for everybody, or if they don't do anything, it's a primary for everybody. That's what the bill says. The counties, cities, towns, they have nothing to do with it. The legislative district committees are out the door now. County committees are out the door. City committees are out the door. They don't have a role in choosing the nomination method for state legislative candidates if this passes and signed by the governor.
Senator's floor. Further question?
Further question.
Senator yield.
I'll yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Would the gentleman direct me to the exact line and sentence where it says, for the state legislature, the state central party will determine whether it is a primary or an alternative method?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, you read it B and A together. So it says, notwithstanding a party shall blah, blah, blah. And if you read subsection A, it says the duly constituted authorities of the state political party shall have the right to determine the method by which a party nomination for et cetera is done. And that refers to the state central committee, as is commonly done throughout this part of the code.
Thank the gentleman, and would like to speak to the substitute when it's appropriate, Mr. President.
Now will be good. Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, with regard to that last colloquy between the senator and myself, it doesn't say the state party will determine it, gentlemen and ladies of the Senate. It says this: not under section B, notwithstanding subsection A party shall nominate its candidates for election to the General Assembly by primary unless the party chooses a single alternative method. Now, what party, first of all, are we talking about? Are we talking about the state party in paragraph A, or the local political parties also in paragraph A? That's the first problem, but that's only a minor one. This is going to affect everybody who may face a primary challenge in the next 3 years. So let me be clear where we are. The senator was correct when he said that a federal district court ruled a couple of years ago that it is unconstitutional for the incumbent to decide how to seek renomination. And the court was correct. But the court threw it to the party and said, now the party will decide. So the same mischief that was involved when the incumbent decided now is involved when the party decides. Here is an example of where that mischief rises. I'll give you 2 examples. In 2015, a delegate who was running for election in the House of Delegates, House of Delegates in election, wanted to vote in the primary. It was they didn't allow a general-wide primary, but rather, here are the number of people that were able to vote in the 74th Legislative District. 50 people. I didn't say 50 people voted. The people in Charles City County, Richmond and Henrico got together and they came up with the rules that you could only vote in the primary if you'd paid your dues. The total number of people that were eligible to vote were 50 people. Now, what does that sound like when you've got to pay dues in order to vote? This delegate, this nominee, would represent 80,000 people. But the only people that could vote were 50 dues-paying people. I'll give you another example. In 2015, and it's personal, I entered myself to run in the primary for the state senate. As you all know, an individual who is the incumbent can decide the district chairperson. So the incumbent picked a district chairperson. As you all know, you can only turn in your petitions not to God, not to a registrar, not to the governor, but to that district chairperson. It's the only person you can turn it into. So 21 days before the deadline, I turned in 400 signatures, and we videoed it, signed it. And we were told that we would be, I was told in a week, we'll let you know if you have your signatures. Week goes by, we don't hear anything from the district chairman, who was selected by the incumbent. Finally, after not being able to reach for several days, cornered her in Hopewell, Virginia. Have you counted the signatures yet? Oh, Mr. Morrissey, we're getting there. We're almost there. We'll let you know shortly. There's 14 days to go. A week goes by. Remember, you can only turn them in to the district chairperson. We don't hear from her. Couldn't find her anywhere. Hired a detective to locate her at her house at 1 o'clock in the morning. Stay there. We're coming down and we're going to turn in because we had another 160 signatures. Oh, Mr. Morrissey, I'll be in Richmond tomorrow. Please don't come down tonight. My husband is ill. We'll let you know tomorrow, and I will meet you in Richmond tomorrow. Guess what happened the next day? They didn't show up. Now we're down to 7 days. Over 100 calls were made, could not locate her, never turned in the 160 signatures to this party chairman who was selected by the incumbent. 2 hours go, an hour before the deadline, I get a call. And here's how the conversation went. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Morrissey. You were 20 votes short. But you made a really good effort. And you can try again in 4 years. As God is my witness on my children's life, that's what she said to me. Good job. You can try again in 4 years. So I went to court. And we went to the court. Judge Hughes said, I recounted that story. Mr. Morrissey, I believe it happened exactly the way you said. Why would you otherwise hold on to those signatures? And he said, but the problem is your appeal is to the Democratic Party. And of course, the Democratic Party brought down some lawyers, a battalion of lawyers from Washington, D.C. that said the only appeal is to the party. So that was my alternative. And let me tell you, to quote a senator, let me tell you something. For the next 4 years, every day, I woke up thinking what that woman said, what that person said. Nice try. You can try again in 4 years. Here's the problem, folks. Unless we default to a primary all the time, there is going to be mischief. Look what happened. Excuse me. I'm almost done. We saw what happened with Chris Peace last year. Now, this bill, that doesn't do this. It says it's a default to it says on lines 27 through 33, it shall be by a primary unless the party chooses an alternative method. Now, what does that mean? My friends on the other side, right to my left, it does say the default is a primary, but he's not listening. They're not reading the next word unless the party decides otherwise. That's like the old vaudeville slogan, you know, if we had steak, we could have steak and eggs if we had eggs. Now, what we need is a clear, concise language. that a primary will be, that an election, a nomination contest will be by a primary. Otherwise, folks, there will be mischief. I will concede that my friend from Eastern Fairfax made it slightly better, but it's still not clear. And that's why I'm going to ask you to defeat this. We need legislation that says in a nominating contest, it'll be by a primary. No mischief, no shenanigans. And if we do that, then everybody will have a vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Mr. President, to speak very briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill gives me a lot of concerns, the underlying bill and also the substitute. I don't think that we should be advancing this bill out of the Senate in either form. And I think that the views expressed by the junior senator from Richmond are held by a lot of you, by a lot of members of this chamber. And if that's going to be the policy of the Commonwealth that we're going to go down, which there's some strong arguments for, which is what a lot of other states have, then we ought to do that in a bill that we put forward. There's no rush to do it this year because next year there's going to be a delay in the regular process of the nomination process. So I don't think that we should be rolling the dice on this bill either way this year, and I hope it'll be the pleasure of the Senate to defeat the substitute, but also to defeat the underlying bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise?
Speak to the floor amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to respond to my colleague, the junior senator from Richmond, because in his passion, in his eloquence, in his recounting the painful details of his struggle in 2015, he has laid the foundation for why we need this floor amendment. He has done it perfectly. His narrative, his organization, his thought process is completely correct except when it comes to the outcome, which is completely incorrect. And let me explain why. Right now, we have a law which says the incumbent chooses the nominating process. That has been held to be unconstitutional, and in my opinion, that is the correct opinion. No person should be given an advantage when it comes to the ballot box. That's where we are right now. The question then becomes, how do we substitute for that system? Keep in mind that a political party is a private organization. It's just like the Elks Lodge. It's like the VFW Post. It's like whatever private organization you or I might belong to. They do have the ability to make their own rules. Now, it does fall within the Voting Rights Act. It does fall within the 14th Amendment. There are certain issues of equal protection. So we do have some scrutiny over the way they choose their nominees. What we've tried to do is come to a place where we can dictate to a private organization what is an equal result that is fair to all people, and at the same time respects the fact that it is a private organization. Dick, listen. Here's the point. I do believe that primaries are the fairest methods of choosing nominees. I believe that in my heart. If the people won't send you back, you don't deserve to go back. But it shouldn't be right what happened to Senator Morrissey. It shouldn't be right what happened to Delegate Peace. You shouldn't get redistricted out because a couple people or one person or a couple county chairs decide that you don't deserve to come back and not the people you represent. So what we've chosen to do is say the default rule will be a primary unless the state party itself, which is a private organization, not chartered by this body, a private organization, if they come down and say, we're going to do conventions only, we're going to do firehouse primaries only, if they pass that rule, we can't tell them no. Now, there might be a Voting Rights Act violation there might be a 14th Amendment violation, but we cannot per se tell them what to do. We don't sustain them. We don't finance them. But what we can do is say, where you don't have a statewide rule, then we are going to say you have to treat everybody equally by having the default rule of a primary. That way, you're not at the mercy of that legislative chair. You're not at the mercy of that county or city chair that you may have made upset with a vote you took or didn't take. You're not at the mercy, you're only at the mercy of your voters, which is who you should be at the mercy at. So, again, with due respect to my colleague from Richmond, who is an eloquent and passionate and incredibly insightful speaker. With due respect with my protege from Roanoke County, who we're never going to agree on this issue. The bottom line is this is something that is not incumbent protection, it's voter protection. It's keeping a system that's fair while still respecting the fact that a political party at the end of the day is a private organization and we cannot dictate their rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to put my 2 cents in as well. I appreciate the impassioned speech from the junior senator from Richmond City. I probably would not be here today if it was for this bill. I was simply a frustrated Virginian who watched my television and wanted to get off my couch and be a part of what was happening here in Richmond, the General Assembly. I had never attended a Republican Party meeting. I had maybe gone to one breakfast. I definitely didn't know anyone on State Central or any of those other avenues that I think are typically used to earn a seat here. I believed in government for the people, by the people. For me, it was a matter of the voters picked who was going to represent them here in Richmond. We went and spoke to the voters and found the voters and told them my frustrations and shared with them why I thought I deserved to represent them here in Richmond. I believe as well that, yes, we are at the mercy of the voters, but giving the power shouldn't be with the incumbent. I agree with that as well, but to solely give the party power to decide, I don't believe is the correct method either. I believe it's the voters' choice, and may the best man win. So I oppose this bill. Thank you.
And Senator, for what purpose, Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I want to start off by saying that the senator from Robinson, Petersburg, and parts of Richmond, and Henrico, is telling the truth. Let me tell you about the same thing that I had. Let's start off with the last election I had. We had a petition fill out. And Mr. President, when it comes to me, I don't trust the Democrats. I want to know who it is. So don't forget about party. No. Because my party really made it hard for me to decide on trusting them with my ballots. We had the petition fill out. We had enough signatures in Chesapeake verified by the registrar's office to make sure I had enough. Norfolk was in charge. We took the ballots to the chairman of the Democratic Committee in Norfolk. He gave them to a person to have them to be counted. And he was a lawyer. That's kind of why I'm kind of hard on lawyers, Mr. President. And he held that thing, and we checked and said, hey, when are you going to verify to make sure? Because the deadline was coming. We also took those same petitions and we sent them to the registrar's office in Richmond and saying that this person in Norfolk who was supposed to verify that these ballots are correct and the time is getting close has not given us the answer. So the question was, what happened if something was wrong and they said I didn't make it? Then I would not have been on the ballot. So here's right. They played shenanigans with me. That person working in the Congress Attorney's office who had those ballots. And finally, because I complained to Congressman Scott, I complained to Mayor Alexander, I complained to the Democratic Committee Party of Norfolk about when will he give me an answer whether I qualified enough. Only until I sent those same petitions to the state registrar's office and say, hey, make sure verify because they're trying to keep me off the ballot. So with that, I do favor primary because you asked me, do I favor letting the folks in my city and Norfolk check my ballot? No. To me, next time around, I would rather give my petition to Senator John Cosgrove. He could tell me whether I qualified enough.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd say, and as far as I'm concerned, Senator Spruill always qualifies. But secondly, I would wonder if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax would yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Happily, and hopefully I can clear up a lot of this confusion.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking at the gentleman's substitute, especially on line 28, which the junior senator from Richmond quoted quite a bit, but not all of it. On line 28, it says, the party chooses a single alternative method of nomination for all such candidates. So, Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman, it would either be a primary for everybody with this substitute, or they would have to have a convention for everybody, not just in that one district, but statewide, or a firehouse primary statewide. Is that an accurate assessment of your substitute?
Senator, the floor.
Yes, you're right, but this only applies to General Assembly candidates. It's be a primary for all General Assembly candidates or conventions for every General Assembly candidate. That's right.
Speak briefly to the substitute, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. Mr. President, I hate the bill. To be honest with you, I'm not going to vote for it, but this substitute puts a lot of lipstick on that pig. So I hope that we'll support the substitute. Thank you.
What purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I'll rise to speak to the floor substitute.
Senator's the floor.
We've got people in here who love conventions. We've got people who love primaries. And quite frankly, we've seen political cycles in each of our parties. Back after the Obama election, we had a lot of folks who were engaged in politics for the first time on our side, who came into our party and really kind of upset the way that we traditionally had done things. And some people thought that was good, some people thought it was bad. And I know that after the election in 2016, my friends on the other side of the aisle have seen a lot of people come into your party who have upset the apple cart. I'm telling you, back in 2012, 2013, on our side, and I'm not passing any judgment as to whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, but in 2012 or 13 or 14, our State Central Committee would have given everybody on our side a convention. And, you all may have loved it. Some of us may have loved it. Some of us may have hated it. Be careful what you ask for, because I know that my friends on the other side of the aisle are going through some of these same issues. And I don't know what our State Central Committee would do right now. I can't predict. But at some point, you might find yourself in an unpredictable and maybe unwanted situation. From what I hear the proponent of this floor substitute say, I love primaries. And that's great. If you love primaries, you might get them under this floor substitute, but you might very well subject every single member on your side, and our side as well, to statewide conventions. And I know that there are forces in my party and your party who would love to conduct a purge over here. And I've heard that there may be forces in your party who may want to effect a purge over there. So if there was ever an opportunity to do so, this may provide that opportunity. And again, I pass no judgments on either side as to whether that would be a good thing or a bad thing, but be careful what you ask for. You might get it.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I move the bill go by for the day. Can I speak to that motion?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. I just want to clear up a couple things before we all go back and caucus about this and talk about it for the next 24 hours, just so everybody understands the legal framework we're working under, okay? First of all, I went to Legislative Services and I asked them to draft a bill that said it has to be primary, no exceptions for general election. And the reaction I got from DLS was that that's unconstitutional. That political parties have a right to freedom of the association of the First Amendment, which is why our last statute got blown up, which is that we can't tell political parties what to do. They have a First Amendment right to decide the method how to nominate their candidates, and we cannot control them under our U.S. Constitution. If we do that, it ain't going to fly. So the best we could come up with was that it has to be primary, or you can do it a different way. And this is the best we could come up with to make primary effectively the default method. And that's the constitutional framework we work under. So first of all, just keep that in mind, okay? And I appreciate the senator from Virginia Beach who got here by primary. This would mean you probably get here by primary unless your party unless that party changes the method for every single person on that side. Number one. Number two, timing. Just remember, I don't think we can pass a bill next year that will affect the next set of elections. I think this year is the only year to do it. Now, I know next year there's going to be a delay in nominations because of the redistricting special session we have to have. My recollection is that the data comes in around March. We have a special in April, that the primaries happen in August. But I'm pretty sure that the nomination deadlines happen before July 1. And so my thought is that I think this year is the last year to do it before the next set of elections. I know that doesn't affect senators, but it does affect some elections, and there is some timeliness to it, which is why I think we ought to talk about it this year. The next thing I just want to point out before we go back and talk about it this again, please look at 46.2100. The definitions that apply to every single word in the title 24.2100. That defines political party, okay? And it defines political party as an organization, citizens of the Commonwealth, which either at two of the preceding statewide general elections received 10% of the total votes in that election, and it talks about having a state central committee. It's in the Code of Virginia. So whenever this talks about political party, it's talking about the statewide party, and every party has a party plan which governs its rules. And the party plan is what they would have to change in order to change the method of nomination. So this wouldn't be up to all these little localities to figure it out. The state party would have to make their decision. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. President, is I appreciate what the senator from junior senator from Richmond went through a couple years ago, and I remember that vividly. But none of that has to do with this bill. And there's separate code sections that deal with special elections. This bill only has to do with general elections. Special elections are a different ballgame. Okay, so just keep that in mind, because special elections have different sets of deadlines and timeliness happen. They have to happen a lot faster, and so you can't have a state-run primary. It's just impossible to pull off. So please take all that into consideration before you go talk about it in your caucuses tomorrow morning, or as you talk amongst yourselves, because there are some legal things that I think got a little discombobulated on the floor today. But this is an important issue that I think we need to try and resolve this year if we can. And with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion.
Is there any objection? Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I'm going to object passing it by for the day. I appreciate the loquaciousness of the junior senator from Richmond, and I appreciate the persuasiveness of the sponsor of this. But let me put some things in perspective. We've spent almost an hour on this today. And let me put things in perspective on realities. You may not have been counting, but today alone, we have put about 42 more bills into conference. Today, 42 into conference. I don't know if anyone is really thinking about the budget, but let me remind you of some practicalities as it relates to the budget. If you really want to leave on Saturday, if you want to stay to next week, let's keep passing things by and let's not fish or cut bait on these bills. It takes 15 to 24 hours to print the budget once the conferees have come to agreement on it. The procedural resolution provides that once a budget is printed, that there are 48 hours for the members to review it. While there's concurrence in some of the budget conferences, we really haven't even begun to talk the major dispositive issues which are going to decide when that budget is broken, when the impasse is broken. And I just say, spending the time that we are passing these bills by temporarily, this caucus doesn't need to meet to talk about it, okay? And so, Mr. President, in a totality perspective on what is going on with us, we can carry this bill over tomorrow and spend another hour on it. We can carry it over to Thursday and spend another hour on it. We can put another 42 bills in conference tomorrow. But I just hope if we continue down this path that there's not a lot of whining and moaning when we come to the realization that we are not getting out of here on Saturday.
For purposes, junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise.
Mr. President, speaking very briefly to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
I hope that the folks will pass this by for the day. I believe we will come in here tomorrow. We will take a vote on this matter. But when you go back to your respective caucus, I want you to just think of two things. The senior senator for Chesapeake is absolutely correct, full stop. It's all or nothing. He's correct. The senator from Senator Obenshain, is absolutely correct. And as my mother used to say, be careful what you ask God for, because God might give it to you. I think this side of the aisle at least would benefit from passing it by for the day. We will discuss it on our own time, and then we'll come in tomorrow. Mr. President, there won't be a half-an-hour debate or a 6-minute debate. We'll be ready to vote. So I hope the folks will pass it by for the day.
Mr. President. What purpose is Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel rise?
Mr. President, I would like to respectfully request and associate my remarks with the senator from Rockingham, and also object and request that we take this back for the day. And if you would let me just speak to that for one moment, because I know we do not want to trespass on the important debate that we have coming up today, but I do think this is very important. And I would argue that this is the year to have this discussion. That if we wait until next year, we could create real issues for the body and for ourselves and for those who will run next year or in the following year. I would say that a number of things are an issue, and that is I'm not sure that the members of the body actually understand, one, the underlying bill fully, and also understand what the amendment does. The underlying bill was really simply just an administrative bill. It was a reporting bill, and it was meant to resolve an issue when a number of different parties had a reporting obligation and may have screwed it up, and it was trying to consolidate that reporting obligation in one person and centralize that reporting obligation. The people who heard the bill, many of us, were quite concerned with that because that could be subject to abuse. And so as we all had that dialogue, this evolved into now what is a different discussion and a very different bill. And earlier when I had my button pressed to rise and speak, I was going to make many of the same comments that my seatmate made, and that is be very careful what you ask for and be very careful before you try to make some of these changes. There are some important parts about this bill that are quite good, but there are other issues that I think are very, very much worth us discussing. And I would urge both caucuses to have this discussion and come back tomorrow and try to have a brief and but meaningful debate about this bill. And so with that, I would ask that we please carry it over for the day.
Mr. Senator, I am overwhelmed with the persuasiveness of the lady from Fauquier, and I will withdraw my objection.
Senator withdraws the objection. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Just something to point out to everybody, and we're not done yet by a long shot. There are now almost 200 bills in conference. Okay? Let's say it's starting tomorrow. You get 40 a day come out. Do you know how long it'll take to go through 40 conference reports? Yeah. You know, I don't know whether it's good for the bill or bad for the bill. Take it by for the day, but we can't keep doing this. Like I said, there's we still have another day of legislation to go. There's almost 200 bills in conference, and it's beginning to get doubtful as to whether we're going to get out of here on Saturday if this keeps up.
The motion, for what purpose, Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to pile on, but I would like to point out that every minute we're on the floor, the budget conferees are not in conference, and so we are not getting anything accomplished as a result. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. There is a motion on the floor to pass House Bill 1116 by for the day. Is there... Use your mic, if you don't mind. Can't hear you.
Mr. President, is it not withdrawn?
The objection was withdrawn. So the motion is still pending. So the question is there any objection to passing this by for the day? Seeing no objection, House Bill 1116 will go by for the day.
This just this past time, they were after, actually, I wasn't the primary target, but I was one of them. They were actually above me, which is silly. But they, the same company was after me, filed suit again. This time, yeah, Judge, the one I charged, that's yeah. Anyway, he ruled against, and they, in fact, the other time they appealed it, and the one who appealed it, the attorney general stepped in. I didn't have to pay for it. I got to have it from Urbanski's. He said it was unconstitutional, and the attorney general, I thought, dropped the ball to the appeal. And they lost the appeal. I don't remember the details of it specifically. Yeah. His was just blowing smoke, I thought. I bet people analyze that. He likes to talk a lot, doesn't he? Yeah. They had him at the naturalization ceremony once. And yeah, he was.
Do it 3 times or once?
House Bill 1524, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
The senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards. We just need you to reject your committee substitute so that we can get to the finance appropriation substitute, the floor substitute, and there are.
Well, I don't see the floor substitute.
The staff has the floor substitute.
All right. Madam Chair, I move to with a recommendation to reject the committee substitute, I move that we adopt the floor substitute. The committee substitute.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the Senate agree to the committee substitute? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it. The committee substitute.
Mr. President, Madam President,
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStefano.
Madam Chair, members of the Senate, Madam President.
You need to waive the reading.
I'd like to first waive the reading of the substitute.
Can members take their seats, please? Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStefano.
Madam President, I'd like to waive the reading of the substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the substitute be waived? All in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no?
No.
Huh? The ayes have it. The waive. the reading of the floor minute is waived. The Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStefano.
Madam President.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President.
Oh.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
From Richmond City, Senator
Yes.
Morrissey.
With regard to this bill coming up, 1524, my mother used to have an expression, there are little ears around. There's going to be some indelicate conversation here, and perhaps I know the pages we're going to be leaving soon. It may be appropriate to continue this bill over until the pages have left the chamber.
I think they'd like to be excused now.
Madam President, if you give me a minute, I can explain this in terms that everybody can hear it while they're exiting.
Senator DeStefano, we're going to wait for the pages to exit the chamber.
That's true.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStefano.
Madam President, speaking to the bill and the floor substitute. So we had a little bit of a challenge, Madam President, working with how to incorporate Latin dances, whether it's salsa, bachata, merengue, into this with instructors and what we have and we refer to in Virginia Beach as Latin Fest once a year. Well, working with the patron of the bill, working with the individuals with the Crime Commission and some other very smart attorneys, everybody's in agreement with the substitute we have in front of us. And Madam President, this substitute works for all parties and clarifies things. And with that, I move the passage of this wonderful floor substitute. Madam President, I might add that if there's any further explanation for this floor substitute, we have a few volunteers, one of them being the senator from Franklin County, the second one being the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes? The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to. The senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStefano, or
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell.
the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, to get to the committee passage of the vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass, and I believe it's already been discussed, so I move it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The bill is passed.
House Bill 36, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, student, journalists, freedom of speech, and the press. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments, and there are 3 floor amendments.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the amendments from the committee be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Madam Chair.
The senator from Fairfax, Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, 3 amendments. I may be easier to just take them up in a block.
Senator has the floor.
If I might. These are amendments I've reviewed with the move to waive the reading.
Yes.
I so move.
Voice vote.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor of the motion to waive the reading of those amendments in a block will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment on the block has been waived.
Thank you, Madam President. The floor amendments just make it clear that this section protecting the integrity of student journalists and their First Amendment rights applies not just to the university, but also the university should not let other student groups infringe on that right. And I spoke with the patron. He was fine with this amendment. I think it's consistent with the discussion we had in the committee. So I move that floor amendment.
The question is, shall floor amendments in the block pass? All in favor of the motion say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The floor amendments in the block are agreed to. Now for passage, I'm going to call on the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. And with those amendments agreed to, House Bill 36 basically deals with student journalists at public institutions of higher education having the right to exercise freedom of speech and press at school-sponsored media. And with that explanation, I move that House Bill 36 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 36 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. House Bill 36 has passed.
House Bill 376, a bill relating to teacher, other instructional personnel, and support staff shortages, data reporting. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 376 pass. And what this bill does is it requires that each school board report to the Department of Education annually the number and type of teacher, other instructional personnel, and support staff vacancies in the school division, and each approved education preparation program to report to the Department of Education annually the number of individuals who completed the program by endorsement area. And with that explanation, again, I move that HB 376 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 376 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. House Bill 376 has passed.
House Bill
Madam
8.
President.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize, but having voted on the prevailing side where we passed House Bill 36.
Page 75.
On page
wait a
65.
minute. I can't do that. I voted against it. I'm sorry. I voted against that bill. Can somebody else do it, please?
Madam President.
Senator from Franklin.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which House Bill 36 passed, I now move that we reconsider that passage.
The question is, shall passage of the bill be reconsidered? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are all senators ready to vote? Any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, having previously been explained, I move that House Bill 36 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 36 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. House Bill 36 passed.
House Bill 837, a bill relating to the Board of Education, school boards, dress, or grooming codes, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 837 pass, and this bill addresses a Dress Code Equity Act, establishing guidelines and policies for dress or grooming codes in schools. Again, I move that House Bill 837 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 837 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. House Bill 837 passed.
House Bill 894, a bill relating to education preparation programs, teacher licensure, certain instruction or training, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 894 pass, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
This bill requires education preparation programs offered by public institutions of higher education and private institutions of higher education to ensure that its condition of degree completion, each student enrolled in the education preparation program receive instruction on positive behavior interventions and supports, crisis prevention and de-escalation, the use of physical restraint, and consistent with regulations of the Board of Education, and appropriate alternative methods to reduce and prevent the need for the use of physical restraint and seclusion. Again, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 894 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1041, a bill relating to Board of Health, certificate of birth, change of sex, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that HB 1041 substitute be passed. And what this bill does is it changes current law that requires the state registrar to amend a person's certificate of birth upon receiving that person's request and a certified copy of a court order indicating that the sex of the person has been changed. Again, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1041 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. House Bill 1041 has passed.
House Bill 1257, a bill relating to drinking water, maximum contaminant levels, PFAS compounds, other contaminants, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that House Bill 1257 be passed by for the day.
Without objection, the bill will go by for the day.
House Bill 1388, a bill relating to public school accreditation, triennial review, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that HB 1388 be HB 1388 pass. And speaking to that, this bill eliminates the ability of a school that only maintains a passing rate on Virginia Assessment Program tests or additional tests approved by the Board of Education of 95% or above in each of the 4 core academic areas for 2 consecutive years to apply for and receive a waiver of accreditation from the Department of Education. And I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1388 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. The bill passed.
House Bill 1419, a bill relating to school resource officers and school security officers training standards, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee amendment is agreed to. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that HB 1419 pass. And what this bill does is it requires school resource officers receive training specific to the role and responsibilities that they need in working with students in a school environment. Again, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1419 pass? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passed.
House Bill 1443, a bill relating to Department of Education Biennial Teacher Compensation Review Report, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that House Bill 1443 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
House Bill 1443 requires the Department of Education to conduct a biennial review of teacher compensation that takes into consideration the Commonwealth's compensation for teachers relative to a national average teacher's salary. Again, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1443 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1549, a bill relating to Certificate of Public Need, criteria for determining need, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 1549, I move that it pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
House Bill 1549 makes clear that in determining whether a public need for a proposed project has been demonstrated, the State Health Commissioner shall consider the impact of the proposed project on all people to whom services may be provided and not only residents of the service area. Again, I move that House Bill 1549 pass.
All in favor of the motion will record their votes. The question is, shall House Bill 1549 pass? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 27, nays 12, Rule 36-1. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1722, a bill to require the Department of Education to develop and publish guidance and resources relating to the provision of applied behavior analysis services for students in public schools, reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 1722, I move that it pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This bill requires the Department of Education to develop and publish no later than November 16, 2020, guidance and resources relating to the provision of applied behavior analysis services in public schools for students who are in need of such services. Again, I move that HB 1722 pass.
The question is, shall HB 1722 pass? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2, and the bill has passed.
House Bill 396, a bill relating to redevelopment and housing authority compensation of commissioners, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has floor.
Madam President, and members of the Senate, what this bill does is addresses the maximum compensation that can be provided to commissioners for redevelopment and housing authorities. The maximum has been $150 per month since I think it's the late 1980s, almost as long as we've gone without an increase. What this would do is take it up to $500 a month. That would be the maximum that could be provided.
The question is, shall House Bill 396 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 4.
Ayes 36, noes 4. The bill has passed.
Madam President.
The senator from senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually did vote the right way on this bill. Having voted on the prevailing side where we passed HB 1549 on page 78, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall House Bill 1549 be reconsidered? All in favor of that vote, of that motion, will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bill is reconsidered. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
He just wanted me to stand up again. Having previously been explained, I move that House Bill 1549 pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1549 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9, Rule 36-1.
Yeas 30, nays 9, Rule 36-1. The bill passed.
House Bill 578, a bill relating to smoking in motor vehicles with a minor present, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marston.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marston.
Thank you, Madam President. All this bill does is expands the group in the presence of whom it is illegal to smoke in a motor vehicle from minors under the age of 8 to any minor under the age of 15. It's still a secondary offense. There are no points taken, and it's a $100 fine in existing law that does not count against your driver's license points. So I would urge you to pass the bill.
The question is, shall House Bill 578 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The bill passed.
House Bill 675, a bill relating to license restrictions for minors' use of handheld personal communications devices, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill clarifies that the prohibition on the use of a wireless communication device by the holder of a provisional driver's license, that's a learner's permit, applies whether or not the device is being used for communication purposes. The bill exempts the use of applications for solely navigation purposes and global positioning systems, provided that the driver does not enter information into or manually manipulate the device or system while operating the vehicle. It is narrower than Senator Serville's SB 160, and I would urge the body to pass the bill.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so we're clear what this does. Right now, if you have a learner's permit, you can't use your phone, period. Put it in the trunk, put it in your purse. can't use it. If you pass this bill, you can have it on. You can, use Waze or Google Maps if you got it plugged in. You just can't have it in your hand. You can send text messages if you give audio commands. You can change music by audio commands and all that. From my perspective, this is a step backwards. Okay, when I had my first kid in a car trying to teach her how to drive, it was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. And the last thing she needed was to have a phone to talk to anybody or communicate with anybody. And so I appreciate what they're trying to do with this bill, but I don't think letting learner's permit drivers have access to a phone at all is a good idea while they're trying to learn how to drive. So I don't like this one.
The Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. You'll see on the calendar that I voted for this bill, and that was a mistake. We looked at it. I thought it was just duplicative of the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax and his bill that I supported. But upon further reflection and consultation with him, I did find out that indeed it allows learner's permit drivers to be using a phone in a manner that nobody else can. This is especially egregious when they need to be having all of their attention put towards the road and learning how to drive. Cell phone has no business being involved in that process. So I admit it, made a mistake, wish we hadn't passed it, and I hope we won't pass it now. Thank you.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Speak to the bill, Madam President.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I concur with the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax. Actually, what this does is it carves out an exemption and allows them to use it for one or two purposes. But the problem with that is you can't tell what they're using it for as you drive by. It's very clear now they're not supposed to be using the phone, period. And if you adopt this measure, they pretty much could use it for anything. It is a great step backward and pretty scary because the whole reason we adopted the hands-free phone driving bill was because of the difficulties we're seeing. So I hope we defeat this bill.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to take this opportunity to decry one of my least favorite aspects of modern society, which is over-reliance on cell phones. When you drive through a neighborhood or you drive to a location, you need to have your eyes on the road and you need to be looking at your surroundings. And you need to actually look at the community you live in as you're going down the highway or as you're going down that roadway. You shouldn't be looking at a map in your lap. You shouldn't be looking at some digital directions. You should be actually looking at the people around you, the other motorists, the pedestrians, what have you. I think allowing a teenager to get off where they're looking down at their lap, at their phone, as opposed to looking at the vehicles and the people around them is the exact wrong, opposite message to send. So I hope we defeat this bill.
Madam President. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the senator from Fairfax, Senator Saravel, rise for a question?
Will the senator rise?
I'll yield.
Thank you, Madam President. And I agree with everything that they have said. I have one definitional question. In the bill that we passed, the hands-free bill that we passed, that you sponsored, we used the word handheld. And I guess my question is, do we have a definition of handheld personal communication devices that would encompass something other than a cellular phone or a wireless telecommunications device?
Madam President, I would say, without doing a quick search of the code, I can't answer that. I have to go back and look at my bill to figure that out. So I can't answer that right now.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that this bill go by for the day and speaking to that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Well, or temporarily. Madam President, depending on the answer to that question, I think at a minimum, because I don't know that Senator Saravel's bill addresses provisional drivers, at a minimum, we may need to make sure that the words used in the code for the device covers everything that we want it covered by handheld. And if we want to strike the rest of the bill, we can strike the rest of the bill. But until we can ensure that with Senator Saravel's bill, there isn't a difference between we're prohibiting a handheld device for regular driver's licenses, but something that is just wireless and cellular phones, and there's something else that would be allowed. I just want to make sure that those sections are consistent.
Without objection, the bill will go by for the day. By temporarily. Sorry about that. No more by for the day. Temporarily.
Bill 717, a bill to direct the Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy to convene a working group to determine the feasibility of an electric vehicle rebate program. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
The Senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marston.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
To move the committee amendment.
Committee amendment.
Oh, excuse me. Could I move that the committee amendment be agreed to?
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee amendment is agreed to. The Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marston.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This establishes a working group to determine the feasibility of an electric vehicle rebate program. I think this fits in with a number of things we're going to have to try to figure out with electric vehicles in terms of how they would be taxed to provide funding for our road maintenance and bridge maintenance and other purposes. And this is, I think, a good idea and part of that to begin to put this working group together, and I would so move.
The question is, shall the bill pass? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The bill passed.
House Bill 1049, a bill relating to prohibited discrimination, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
The Senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the bill be passed by the body here. This bill addresses issues of prohibited discrimination relating specifically to sexual orientation and gender identity, adding those two terms or combination of terms into existing code basically throughout the code. So where there are other forms of discrimination that are prohibited now, what is done with this bill is to add these terms, sexual orientation and gender identity, to the list of other forms of prohibited discrimination. There is an executive order that was issued, I think it was during the term of Governor McAuliffe, dealing with sexual orientation and gender identity and prohibited discrimination. That executive order does provide an exception in very limited circumstances for religious potentially at least for religious organizations that have a state contract. And there are numerous examples of that. What this substitute does, and it was a substitute prepared by the senator from Henrico, it matches up pretty well with that the executive order and the process for an exception there, so that this would be consistent with that on that one item. And all the rest of the code sections, it strictly prohibits discrimination on the basis of gender identity and sexual orientation. And so I would hope it would be the pleasure of the body to adopt this measure.
For what reason did the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Yield for a question?
Yes, I would.
Ask this question while balancing an ice cream cone in my left hand. But I would ask the gentleman, he may have already responded to this. We've had a number of discrimination bills, including, I know, legislation that Senator Eben carried. Does this bill mirror that? Does it duplicate that? I mean, I guess my question is, how do these bills all work together?
Madam President, what I'll do is allow Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria, to be able to respond directly to that, since he's more familiar with his legislation than I am.
I thank the senator. I would tell the senator from Fairfax City that this is a different bill, and what it does is it says that anywhere in the code or the places that the patron found in the code where there was prohibited discrimination, everything from auto insurance to other places in the Code of Virginia, that discrimination based on national origin or religion was located. He inserted those other categories to include, make it more inclusive, and additionally he added in state contracting, which I believe was not in the code, but as the senator described with the senator from Enrico's edition of the guidance document or guidance wording was added to it.
One further question. Maybe I'm going to direct my question to Senator Eben.
Senator Peterson.
And I see, and there was a reference made to, for example, carving out faith-based organizations. Again, is that consistent with what we've done with your legislation?
I don't know the exact wording there. I would say to the gentleman that it is similar, and that the wording from there, I believe that the senator found in the guidance document, Senator from Enrico, was taken from the guidance documents to the executive order. So similar, but I don't know if it's word for word the same.
All right. I thank the gentleman.
I have no one in queue. Oh, the Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Madam President, just to respond to the question from the senator from Fairfax City, I think I have that right. This bill specifically changes the language in the code everywhere where non-discrimination language is cited already. And that includes 2 sections of code that talk about procurement and contracting with the state of Virginia. And that without the addition of the amendment that I offered, it basically created a black box for a faith-based organization. They could not be considered for procurement or for contracting with the state. And what the administration had done previously when the executive order was passed was to create a guidance document that allowed a case-to-case exception for that for faith-based contracts with the government and at their discretion with each agency. And so we basically reproduced the language that wouldn't be applicable to Senator Eben's bill because it's really just applicable to the contract sections of this code.
If no one else wishes to speak, the question is, shall House Bill 1049 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 14.
Ayes 24, noes 14. 1049 pass.
House Bill 1078. A bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, process for competitive negotiation, including employment of persons with a disability as a factor that will be used in evaluating a proposal. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment has been adopted. The senator from Fairfax, Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
What this bill would do would be provide a opportunity for entities proposing having contracts set advertised to, with the exception of architectural and professional engineering services and transportation and construction and transportation related construction, to give benefit, basically score points for hiring persons with disabilities to perform some of the specifications of the contract.
The question is, shall House Bill 1078 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The bill passed.
House Bill 1217, a bill to direct the Department of Transportation to identify certain at-risk infrastructure. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote?
Just
nope. This is a voice vote. All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And what this bill does is directs the Department of Transportation, in collaboration with the Commonwealth Center for Recurrent Flooding Resiliency, to identify roads and bridges at risk of deterioration due to flooding in Northern Virginia, to develop recommendations for managing such assets and report its findings and recommendations to the chairs of the House and Senate Committees on Transportation by the start of the 2022 General Assembly session. And this is in keeping with dealing with some of the more severe weather events that we're experiencing, and I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1217 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passed.
House Bill 1228, a bill relating to the Fair Employment Contracting Act sexual harassment policy, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure,
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill deals with sexual harassment training for employees of contracting agencies that have at least 5 or more employees and contracts with a state of at least $10,000 or more in value. What this bill would do with the substitute is require that the employer, the contractor, provide sexual harassment training to all persons, if they're more than 5 or more employees, at least annually, with the exception of those employees who are required to receive such training from the Department of Human Resources Management. It also requires the contractor to publicly post their sexual harassment training, the sexual harassment policies, both publicly and also in the employee handbooks.
The question is, shall House Bill 1228 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1249, a bill relating to manufactured home lot rental act, manufactured home park, termination due to sale of park notice, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure,
Senator has floor.
Madam President, this deals with situations in which a mobile home lot is being sold, where at least part or all of the mobile home park is being closed down or sold for other development or changes in rehabilitation there. What it would do is require that if during the 180-day period, which is what's already in the code for the renters with mobile homes in the park, to be able to relocate or do other things. If at any point during that 180-day period, which is half a year, basically an association of renters within that park can band together and make an offer to purchase the park to be able to maintain the homes that they have.
The question is, shall House Bill 1249 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passed.
House Bill 1259, a bill relating to regulation or prohibition of parking of certain vehicles in certain counties and towns, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This adds the town of West Point to the list of counties and towns that are permitted to regulate or prohibit the parking on any public highway of watercraft, boat trailers, motorhomes, and camping trailers, and to regulate or prohibit the parking of commercial vehicles on any public highway in a residential district. And this city's on the water, so I think it's pretty credible that they're having problems with watercraft and boat trailers. I move that the bill pass.
Question is, shall House Bill 1259 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. The bill passed.
House Bill 1406, a bill to establish the Commission for Historical Statutes in the United States Capitol to provide for the replacement of the Robert E. Lee statue in the National Statuary Hall collection at the United States Capitol. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
The Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Committee substitute is agreed to.
Madam President, and what the substitute does is it conformed the bill to Senate Bill 612, which was your bill, and which means that it took out the replacement of just the Robert E. Lee statute, and means that, and I can't remember what yours did, but it was more than just a replacement of the Robert E. Lee statute, but it was that essentially any statute could be replaced. So that's what the bill does.
The question is, shall NQ Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to be clear, just so we know what we're voting on here. This is the same bill that passed out of the Senate. That's your bill, Madam President, was amended to, and it does set up a commission, but it makes it clear that the commission has to decide whether or not the statute of Robert E. Lee will remain. It doesn't make a decision as to General George Washington. That's not actually addressed here. It's just simply the Lee statute and what will happen with that statute. So, again, I just want to be clear on that point.
Senator is correct. The question is, shall House Bill 1406 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1420, a bill relating to landlord and tenant charged for the late payment of rent restrictions. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill deals with landlords and tenants, and that deals with charges for late payment of rent. Some limitations imposed upon that in this bill. What it would do would say that a late charge can be levied for late payment. A charge can be levied for late payment of rent only if it's written into the rental agreement that the landlord has with the tenant, and only if the amount that is charged, with a limitation on the charge of no more than 10% of either the monthly rent or the total amount of rent that is owed, that is back due. With the lesser of those two items being the maximum, 10% of the maximum that can be charged.
Thank you. The question is, shall House Bill 1420 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1427, a bill relating to passing stop school bus vendor administrative fee. Reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The Senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This authorizes a private vendor operating a video monitoring system for a school division for the purpose of recording those illegally passing stop school buses to impose and collect an administrative fee to cover to recover the cost of collecting the civil penalty to be paid by the operator of the vehicle. That's what the bill does when the administrative cost has not been paid in a specific period of time. You can charge up to $25. That's what the bill does.
The question is, shall the House...
Madam President?
I'm sorry, I didn't see you in queues.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Ask the gentleman, as I look in here,
The senator from King George.
the actual cost of collection and shall not exceed 100 per violation. What's that for?
Madam President, I think that language is for the actual penalty. This part of the bill deals with the administrative fee for having to collect it when it's past due.
So
the $100 fee is...
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields.
So now, for mailing this summons, it's going to cost them $125 total.
That is correct, Madam President. That is correct. If they have not paid the original penalty, then there would be an additional $25. The bill is written rather awkwardly, I would admit, but that's what it does.
Question is, shall House Bill 1427 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill has passed.
House Bill 1455, a bill relating to unpaid tolls mail, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. At the request of the patron, could this bill go by for the day?
Without objection, the bill will go by.
House Bill 1548, a bill relating to Common Interest Communities, Virginia Condominium Act, termination of condominium, respective interest of unit owners, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this deals with dissolution of condominiums. As certainly in the last several decades, there have been a lot of condominiums that have been established across the Commonwealth, and they're governed by this particular section of the code. What this is doing is what happens when a condominium building gets to be very old, and the basic position that's taken collectively is to dissolve the condominium and sell the building or demolish the building in some circumstances. What this deals with is how the proceeds are split among the owners of condominium units that are existing within the condominium being dissolved, and with the substitute that's been adopted, what it does is it makes it based upon the value of the units, the value of the units that individuals have, and that is a percentage of the total value of the condominium thing for distribution of proceeds from common interest areas.
Thank you. The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw. Your light's on. Thank you. The question is, shall House Bill 1548 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. House Bill 1548 passed.
House Bill 1577, a bill relating to tow truck drivers' criminal history, reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill authorizes the Department of Criminal Justice Services, at its discretion, to issue a tow truck driver registration to a person who is convicted of a violent crime or a crime involving the driving of a tow truck, provided that such conviction occurred more than 15 years prior to the date of application. The bill does not change the existing prohibition on issuing a tow truck driver registration to a person required to register as a sex offender. This is a second chance bill, and I urge that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1577 pass? All in favor of the motion will record. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. The bill passed.
House Bill 1586, a bill relating to the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority allocation of funds. Reported for the Committee on Transportation.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This provides that increases in service approved by the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority Board shall not be included in the calculation of the annual increase in total operating expenses included in an approved WMATA budget. Here's how this works. Right now, WMATA is limited to a 3% increase in their budget every year. However, they're on the rise. Things are coming back. The stations are in better shape. The trains are in better shape, so they're getting an increase in ridership. And so there's also an interest in, therefore, increasing the level of service. So if you are increasing, for instance, you've added a bus route. Thank you, Madam President. If you have added a bus route, the cost of that additional service does not count against your 3%. However, the following year, that would be added to the base budget that would be held accountable to the 3% increase. So any increase in new service for that year is not included in the 3% limit on what you can increase the budget for in WMATA, and that's what the bill does. I think it's a very sound policy. We want to make sure that we increase transit, and we need to exclude expansion of service from the 3% cap that they have on increases to the budget, and I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1586 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19, and the bill has passed.
House Bill 1635, a bill relating to the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority labor organizations. Reported from the Committee on Transportation.
The senator from Western Fairfax County, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This repeals enactments adopted in 2018 as part of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, WMATA, funding bills related to bidders, offers, contractors, and subcontractors to WMATA projects located in the Commonwealth participating with labor organizations. It just allows them to deal with labor organizations, and I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 1635 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. House Bill 1635 has passed.
House Bill 1646, a bill relating to the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation, Board for Contractors, misclassification of worker prohibited. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Madam President, I hope that you and the other members of the Senate here have enjoyed today's performance from the Bobbsey twins, with the senator from Western Fairfax and myself either popping, one of us or the other was popping up pretty much every time you called for a presentation. With that, I would move that House Bill 1646 pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, what this does is it deals with misclassification of employees and workers by contractors that are done and are supervised by the Board of Contractors in DPOR, the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation there. What this does is it requires those contractors to have supervision or to have potential sanctions from the Board of Contractors if they are misclassifying employees and classifying some in the basically the two categories are an employee or a independent contractor. And what this does is it makes sure that there's a penalty if they are misclassifying those employees.
The question is, shall House Bill 1646 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passed.
Returning to page 73. House Bill 623.
Madam President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Madam President, with your permission, I would like to move that the committee amendments be agreed to, but recommend that we oppose that motion.
On the wrong bill.
I'm sorry.
You're one ahead.
Oh, my apologies.
It's House Bill 633.
620.
623.
Senator from Eastern.
I'll get this.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County. Senator?
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. Madam President.
It should be the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Searle, not Senator Edwards.
Right. Madam President, I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
Senator has floor.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I looked into the questions posed by the senator from Roanoke. And just a couple things really quick about this bill. First of all these recommendations were recommendations of the Code Commission minus the adultery provision that I described earlier. But this does make 4 substantive changes to Virginia law. And I want to make sure everybody knows what they are just so before we vote on this. And I would just note that this bill will bring our bill up to code, or up to standard with the Equal Rights Amendment, which we ratified earlier this year. Because these changes are actually good for men. Here's what they are. First of all, with these changes, it makes the crime of assisting or aiding in the abduction or threatening to abduct a female over the age of 16 for purposes of concubinage or prostitution applicable to anybody under 16. So now it's boys and girls. Secondly, we're now going to, instead of, right now there's a crime for placing or leaving a wife in a body place. That's going to apply to both husbands and wives. So, you know, my wife can't leave me in a body place anymore. Number 3, it changes. I didn't realize there's actually a crime in the code, 18.2-417, which says it's actually a class 3 misdemeanor under our code to defame the chaste character of a female. But now it's going to be men and women. All right? So defame the character of a man, it's now a class 3 misdemeanor with this bill. And then, in addition, we're also going to, by passing this bill, allow women to be put on probation for not paying spousal support to their husbands. Because right now it only goes for men who don't pay women. So those are the 4 substantive changes of law that we are doing because of OJA Befell and the Equal Rights Amendment. And so this bill is good for men. And I would hope we would pass it in addition to bringing our code up to speed on LGBT equality.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Madam President, if I can just speak to the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax.
Senator has the floor. Senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise for a question.
Actually, it's just...
I'll yield it as long as the question is not about my marriage again.
Oh.
Really?
Lieutenant Governor.
Actually, I was going to tell you, your wife called. She really wants you to exempt that body thing. You know, just...
Thank the gentleman for his question.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 623?
Speak to the bill briefly.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I appreciate that explanation from the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax. I just want to point out to him that he's already violated the law twice in this bill, because he must now refer to his wife as his spouse And he cannot say man and women anymore. We have to say persons. And I just want him to know that if he's going to vote for this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 623? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 623 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. House Bill 623 passes.
House Bill 1090, a bill relating to required immunizations. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations from Finance and Appropriations, and there are three substitutes. Actually, four substitutes.
No,
three substitutes and floor amendments.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendment from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to.
I do want to reject
with
that.
The recommendation that it be rejected. I did know that. With the recommendation that it would be rejected, I move that the committee amendment from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed to.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed? Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the desire to, Mr. President, with the desire to move on to an amendment that is being proposed after mine, I withdraw my amendment.
Thank the senator. Without objection, the senator's amendment is withdrawn. Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also desire to pull the substitute, and I have an amendment that I would like to put forward at the proper time.
Okay. Thank the senator. So without objection, substitute is withdrawn, and we will come back to the senator's amendment. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, as everyone here knows, we've been struggling with this bill on the floor and in the committee for some time relating to vaccinations. What I've put on the floor between Senator Donovan and I is an attempt to really try to get a compromise and get something that will work for the number of the next few years. Over the last few years, as you know, we have had this section in the code and we have upgraded it mostly in compliance with the CDC. And when we find something that the CDC puts in that is not a communicable disease, sometimes we add a different exemption during the exemption section. We do the same thing when it comes to Class 1 and Class 2 drugs. For spice that is close to marijuana and other items, we have the same type of procedure. What this compromise does is it goes back and adds in all four of the vaccinations that should have been added up until this point. Mr. President, what it does not do is what a lot of people have called your office and are concerned about, and that is that it does not turn the control over to the CDC. And so what we will get to do is we'll get to look at what comes forward. We will get to decide whether it is a communicable disease. If so, it'll just go into the list most likely. If it's a non-communicable disease, it will go into the section that has its other exemption. Mr. President, I hope this is a compromise that helps us get to the other side. I know there are some amendments that will be discussed if this is agreed to. But Mr. President, I hope we agree to the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the substitute.
Senator's the floor.
I think one of the most important things we need to do today is be sure that the health departments across all of Virginia, both those that are have means and those that do not have access to the vaccinations that are recommended on this list. And that is so important because parents who choose to vaccinate their children but do not have the resources to do so need to be able to get those through our state health departments. And we were not able to do that previously. There was a great debate on are these included in the health department. I have a letter from the Department of Health that makes it very clear that localities with means are able to stock these vaccinations, but they cannot be included if we do not have a way to state that in somewhere in our code that we are including those medications and covering the cost of those. So, Mr. President, I hope the body will support this because it's really important that people have access to vaccinations.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Bedford yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I'd ask the gentleman on his substitute, and I hope I'm looking at the right one because we have so many of them. Okay. On line 40, the human papillomavirus vaccine, which was only for females under this substitute, will now be required for males and females. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that that is one of the drugs that has been agreed to and has been in the section. What we do, however, is if you go back into the third page under the exemptions, you will find that on line 78 there is a particular exemption that was made just for that purpose, and it says that if you decide for any purpose, no, you don't need a religious exemption or anything else, that you're able to get an exemption from that. That's exactly why I think we need to not turn it over to the CDC, is we can take that non-communicable disease and we can treat it separately from the communicable diseases.
Gentleman, yield for one more question.
Yield for another question?
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Can the gentleman tell me how many people or how many corporations manufacture the HPV vaccine?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, just speaking to my own question, but
Senator's the floor.
It's one. It's Merck. One. So basically, we're doubling their opportunity with their monopoly to have more mandated vaccines given out. I think this is a terrible idea. And it's not really speaking to the substitute, but more the underlying bill. But I think that we really need to look carefully at what we're doing here. And I hope that we'll use extreme caution going forward on this bill. There's a lot of landmines here that I think we're not aware of. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax? Senator Howe, rise.
Mr. President, I just wanted to point out that the HPV is indeed communicable. It's a sexually communicated disease.
Senator, for what purpose is the senator from Henrico? Senator Dunham, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the medical indication, and people may debate this, but I'm here to represent that. Human papillomavirus, the two strains that cause cancer, 16 and 18, are preventable with a vaccine. I am not sure that there's only one corporation. I don't know who produces the vaccines. There are more vaccines than Gardasil for HPV, I will say that address 16 and 18. But this is the cause of throat cancer. And men in their 40s is the predominant population that is being exposed to HPV. It is also the virus that's the causative for cervical cancer. And I firmly believe that where we can prevent disease, we are providing the best medicine for everybody. There's a clear opt-out for HPV. You don't want your kid to have it, you don't have to offer any excuse. In our code remains an opt-out for any vaccination based on faith. We have been very open with that in Virginia, but the most important thing is for those who choose to vaccinate to prevent disease because they believe it's the right thing to do, they should be able to have access to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, regarding my amendment, I waive the reading of this amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Yes, have it. The reading of the amendment is waived. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is it adds to the substitute, which we just adopted, and inserts after line 67, language which gives our state Board of Health the authority to go ahead and update our immunization schedule on an as-necessary basis. And, of course, this would be done through a regulatory process or a 60-day public comment period. I think it's very important that we always have a current immunization list, if you will, that our local public health departments know what is being recommended by our state health department. I think this brings unity and conformity across the state, and more importantly, it really provides information to practitioners on what our state health department believes to be in the best health and interest of our Virginians, our young Virginians. Having said that, I hope it is the pleasure of this body to adopt my line amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise?
Mr. President, I know the gentlelady has been helpful through this process. I will tell you, though, that I think that if we adopt this amendment, everyone's going to be back at your offices. And this does substitute the CDC for a state agency, but basically this means that it'll be done administratively, and the legislature will not have an opportunity to weigh in on the drugs that take place. The compromise, I think, that we got in the floor amendment is precarious, I think, but I think it's one that most agree with. I do also understand that if this was put on, there is no way to put a particular drug into a particular exemptions. Exemptions are in the code. They are not authorized to be allowed for under this amendment. Second is that while there is a comment period, the gentlelady has kindly put in a 60-day comment period. It doesn't go through the full Administrative Process Act, which does kind of truncate that process. I urge the body to kind of keep, hopefully, with the current floor amendment. I think that compromise will hopefully work for us, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do you want to wait to wrap up, or do you want to go now?
I want to wait to wrap up. If
okay. 4% from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator from Bedford.
Senator, yield for a question?
I yield.
Senator, yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm curious because we are on the cusp of what it looks like could be a pandemic around the nation as well as global. And if the coronavirus developed, if there were a vaccination for the coronavirus, for instance, would this not make it more difficult to get that deployed throughout Virginia to our health departments?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that it would be the way that it currently operates, and it would come here. Be very clear, a lot of people will read this section of the code without reading the entire other section of the code. The other sections of the code are almost positively the way that your children and my children were vaccinated, and we got them all, right? Because your doctor and you determine what you're going to give to your children. It doesn't have to come back here. It'll be taken directly to your pediatrician. They'll be given the entire list, whether it's on this or not. What this does say is this is going to be the minimum that's required to be able to go to school and be able to have the health department be able to pay for it. So I think you're still going to get it. You're going to get it probably quicker than through this bill. It's going to be sent to your pediatrician. Hopefully we'll all agree to get our children to do it quickly.
Mr. President, one last
Senator,
point.
yield for another question?
I yield.
Senator, yield. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my concern is what our senator from the Richmond area, Henrico, said was that we wanted to make sure that the health departments were able to deploy these to the children for those families who don't have the funds to pay for them. And therefore, that's my concern about not going with the new amendment by the lady from Arlington. Can the senator from Bedford respond?
Senator's the floor.
Yeah, in talking to the gentlelady from Henrico and also to the guys upstairs, I believe that our health department can do that today and do it through the health department. If they determine they want to do it, they can pay for it and they can get it out quickly. It doesn't have to be on the list as it relates to school items. I hope that helps.
A couple more. Do you want to? Okay. No worries. For what purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this floor amendment.
And Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you. This floor amendment clarifies that the real authority for making these critical health determinations reside in the hands of our researchers and our experts and our medical professionals. We have a state board of health for a reason. They are the clear authority on issues of public health and making sure that there is safety for all of our children and our families. And I think it is better placed to put this regulation in their hands and their authority rather than in the hands of legislators who are, for the most part, not medical professionals. And I urge that we all support this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment?
Mr. President.
For what purpose, Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell, rise?
Mr. President, would the senator from Henrico resume the floor for purpose of a medical question?
We will have to see if we can. The senator is available.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Thank the senator. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola. Hold on. Whoop. Did you want to be heard again? Okay, we'll go Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, and then we'll go to Senator from Arlington.
Mr. President, I just want to give her the last word. Mr. President, I really urge you not to vote for this floor amendment. I will tell you that the floor amendment we just put together is a very careful compromise, and I believe that we will be down here with the same groups and concerns. I think that this floor amendment that we have does allow us to go back and catch up on all the drugs that we have not added, but it also does not bring in a third party. That's exactly what the controversy has been, whether it be CDC, which maybe we should have just left it as CDC if we're going to install another state agency. But I would hope we would not do this. This is a compromise. I think this will be very helpful for this year. So I would hope that we would not adopt the new floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have the greatest respect for the senator from Bedford County, but I have to say on this one we do disagree. I know that the state health department has specifically asked for this authority so they could keep our immunization schedule up to date. If we don't grant this authority, we will be right back here in subsequent general assemblies, specifically legislating which immunizations need to go on the list. That is not a good practice for us. We should leave science to the scientists and leave our best practices in delivering medicine to the physicians. And I do want to note on the substitute that we adopted, this was the substitute from the gentleman from Bedford County, it does have on line 94 to 97 that the health department shall come back to the committees on health, the House committee and the Senate committee that deal with immunizations. They would be our committees on health and education or health, welfare, and institutions, discussing and doing an evaluation on the effectiveness of the vaccination program. So if we're doing our job as lawmakers, we always have the opportunity to interject ourselves. We always have the opportunity to provide oversight. We have the opportunity to create whatever monitoring systems we need to create. But I think the health of our Virginians is critically important, and I do ask you to adopt my line amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 20.
Ayes 20, noes 20. Chair votes aye. Floor amendment is adopted. Okay. Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to address my two floor amendments that I have and begin by waiving the reading of both amendments.
Thank you, Senator.
Three.
I think of three amendments.
I believe there are two. I pulled the substitute. There's three. We'll go with three.
Okay. Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of all three of these amendments. I just want to call your attention to the hundreds of Virginians that have come here for the last week to let you know that while they respect the State Board of Health regulations, they are the parents. And ultimately, the parents make the choice for their children after they have informed consent. And what I feel is the concern here, Mr. President, is that we are not listening to the parents who have, for whatever reason, whether it's religious or otherwise, have taken a different option here, and we need to hear the voices of those parents today. My first amendment acknowledges this, that in Virginia, we have no reporting of any injury that's incurred from a vaccination, none. This first amendment says, along with the parent or guardian of the child, shall promptly report all adverse offense to a statewide adverse event reporting system established by the Department of Health, which shall report detailed results annually to the governor and the General Assembly. Mr. President, I feel like it's important that while we're discussing the concerns and the vaccination schedules for those parents that choose to have their child vaccinated, and I respect that right, but there are parents who do not. What we're ignoring here is the list of injuries that can also occur from vaccinations. And in my second amendment, it talks about that the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program and the fact that no vaccine manufacturer shall be liable in a civil action for damages arising from a vaccine-related injury or death associated with the administration of a vaccine after October 1st, 1988. Mr. President, we are asking these parents to accept the responsibility of these injuries, and the only exception is for religious reason. Mr. President, I would argue that there are parents out there that would like us to adopt these amendments to remember them and the choice that they have as parents to decide whether this vaccination is right for their child or not. And while they appreciate and want to be informed, they desire to have informed consent, and they want their pediatrician or their doctor to advise them of all the hazards and concerns so that they can update as technology increases. They still, as the parent, reserve that ultimate right to make that choice for both they and their child and their family. And for that reason, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt all three amendments, and we are able to do that at a blocker as you would so desire.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments are rejected. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Mr. President, the bill having been explained, I move it pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators, for what purpose Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise?
Mr. President, I really thought we had an opportunity for a compromise, but I got to tell you, a lot of Virginians who have been in your offices and otherwise are going to be right back down here, and they're going to stay, and they'll be very concerned. I'm someone who very much agrees with vaccination. My children have been vaccinated. I urge everyone to be vaccinated. I think it is a responsible thing to do. But, Mr. President, I cannot vote for this bill. I certainly would not have turned my vote over to the CDC. I would not have turned it over on items that are not generally communicable. Mr. President, I certainly wouldn't do that, and I think that if we had gone with the underlying bill, that's exactly what would happen. We have basically come all the way around full circle, replaced the CDC with someone that's going to be looking to the CDC instead, and then given them a process in Virginia. Mr. President, I really wish we had not done that. I think that we should treat this like the same way we do with Schedule I drugs. We're down here every year dealing with Schedule I drugs. We're down here every year dealing with Schedule II drugs. We dealt earlier with the spice drug, which named all the spice drugs in that. And basically what we're going to do today is we're going to have a state agency look to the CDC and stamp those out. Mr. President, I wish we had the opportunity to go into conference on what I think was a better compromise bill. And so, Mr. President, I hope that we'll defeat the bill, and then maybe we'll have another opportunity, but certainly not give our vote on the Senate up to another state agency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the gentleman from Bedford, my two children were vaccinated. They got all their shots right on time. My wife and I have had all our shots right on time. But those are my children. I made that decision. My wife and I made that decision. We've had a lot of people come by our offices and in the Capitol who have been very concerned about what we're doing here. Now, let me make this straight to everybody here. These people are not crazies. They're not flat earthers. These people probably know more about these vaccinations than anybody else on this floor, and I mean anybody, because they study it, they look at it, they research it, and some of them are genuinely frightened for the welfare of their children. And for us to be pushing further and further into their parental decisions for their children, not our children, but their children, I think is a terrible imposition. I have some friends that basically feel that way about vaccinations, and these are some very intelligent, well-educated people. I really hope we will listen to mothers and fathers and let them decide for themselves and their families how to proceed on this vaccination route. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
I'm speaking to the motion to pass the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge the body to vote for this bill, and I think there are two important factors we need to keep in mind. Giving authority to our Board of Health, the State Board of Health, is very different from, quote, unquote, taking direction or orders from the Centers for Disease Control. The State Board of Health, as you know, is an agency within our purview. We provide funding for it. We even provide the statutory authority for it. So this is a very different line than just taking orders from CDC. And secondly, nothing in the substitute or my line amendment changes any exemptions that are currently available or changes any parental authority in any of this. We are talking about a schedule for vaccines. Practitioners, doctors will be looking at that schedule and make a determination after consultation with their patients. We are not dictating anything. Not a thing. All we're saying is you, State Department of Health, keep on top of the science, look at evidence-based practices, Tell us as a state what you recommend, and then our practitioners will go out and make their best judgment, as doctors do, in talking to their patients. That's what we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're allowing the doctors to be doctors, the scientists to make determinations about what should be on that immunization schedule, and parents will continue to be parents with all their authority and responsibilities. I do hope that this bill passes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleague, Senator Favola, has already eloquently stated what I wish to say, but I just want to emphasize again my support for this bill and how important it is. I really wish that the individuals who came to speak in our offices reviewed the bill carefully, because as Senator Favola stated, this bill is simply creating a procedure by which we're able to ensure that our vaccination program is safe, is secure, it follows the protocol as recommended by scientists and by doctors. I'm deeply concerned that we have seen vilification of the CDC, Centers for Disease Control. In the next few weeks, in the next few months, we are going to be looking to those researchers and those scientists to protect us from an epidemic that has already stretched out globally. These are individuals who are working in the best interest of public health. We rely on them, we depend on them, and we need to make sure that we have a public trust in what we're doing. And again, as Senator Favola has stated, this bill simply ensures that there is a facility, a protocol for making sure that vaccinations are available to our school children, to our public. It does not take away parental opportunity to work in close connection with their pediatrician to make decisions that are appropriate for their children. And with that, I hope that we will accept the bill and pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I was one of the 5 or 6 people, 5 people, I guess, on the subcommittee that heard this bill in health. And there were a ton of moms that showed up with their kids, all in opposition to it. The only people that spoke in favor of it were various doctors representing, various aspects of the medical profession. Let me repeat that. The people supporting this bill are the people who have to deal with these diseases. All of the emails and support that I've got for this have come from doctors over the Commonwealth and people who deal in diseases. And let's not kid ourselves. I mean, I'm well aware that the anti-vaccine movement is real big. But, in the state of California, where they don't have a very high incident of measles and other things, they have no exemptions, 0 exemptions in their state, in their vaccination bill. If you don't vaccinate your kid, he can't go to a religious school, he can't go to a private school, or she can't go to a private school. You have to homeschool them. They are not permitted to go to any school in that state under their law. And, to sit there and ignore these people who represent science is absurd. And, you say, well, these people know what's best for their kids. Well, in theory, that may be right, except for the fact that they're not only putting their own kids at jeopardy, but they're putting other people's kids at jeopardy as well. And you can't ignore that. So I would hope that we would, support this bill. It may not be everything everybody wants, but you can't ignore the science support of a bill like this.
What purpose does the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, you've heard a lot about parental rights today. You've heard a lot about the science. Well, let me tell you something. Science sometimes is wrong, and they get it wrong, because I'm a Gulf War veteran. And I will tell you, Gulf War syndrome is linked to a vaccine that we all had to get, a booster shot, because the scientific community says that they're going to use biological weapons. We need to be immunized from it. 275,000 British and American troops suffer from Gulf War syndrome, not based on the contaminants from the oil derricks and all those other things, but from the vaccine that was given to us during that time. So you can believe the science, you don't want to believe the science. I personally get vaccinated, my kids get vaccinated, but that should be the parental right to do that, because not every human body is exactly the same, and they react differently to different antibodies. And so what we're trying to do here is dictate, no matter what, you've got to get it, and that's just wrong. It's wrong for the people that I met with in my office whose kids somehow, I don't know all the particulars, had an adverse reaction to an immunization, and they are dealing with that child for the rest of that child's life. That's not right. I'm not going to vote for this bill for that reason.
What purpose is Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I was struck by the comments from the senior citizen. I always do that. I apologize. That was not intentional. The senior senator from Fairfax. And I it really wasn't intentional, I promise. Yeah, it was. But I just would point out it's just not that simple, because science is not absolute. Science is a study. Science is, we learn by our mistakes. We learn by trying and failing, or trying and succeeding. I vaccinated all my children as well, and we thought that was the right thing to do. But there's no dispute that there are some children who have severe consequences from vaccines. And those children have to live with that, and those parents have to live with that. You know, when my oldest child, who suffers from some special needs challenges, I remember talking to some pediatricians who were supposed to be the best in their field in the world. And there was this theory that methyl mercury, which was used as a preservative in vaccinations, caused autism. And I don't know that it's true. I don't know that it's ever been proved or disproved. But I know that there was a very strong argument and a theory from some of the foremost physicians, not in this country, but in the world, that methyl mercury, which was used as a preservative in vaccinations, could cause autism. And nobody could explain the boom in autism. I know one thing: they've taken methyl mercury out as a preservative in vaccinations. And so the only thing I point out to everybody in here is that this is not what we say. It's science, and we've got to believe what they say. These doctors are feeling their way along too. And at the end of the day, these are personal decisions that we should make, because we are the ones who have to live with them.
What purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City? Senator McClellan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I just want to remind everybody that this bill does not change the exemptions under current law. This bill does not change the interaction between a physician, a pediatrician mostly, their patient, and the parent. And I'm sure the senator from Henrico can correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember when I took all of my children to get vaccinated, there was a conversation with the doctor, and usually I had to agree in the office before they give the shot. When I get a flu shot today as an adult, I have to sign a piece of paper first. This is not going to change this. Here's what it is going to change. Remember, this is the list of vaccinations a child must get before they go to school. Now, what happens The General Assembly gets out in February or mid-March. And if there's a vaccine that comes online after that, and it's not on this list, are they going to be given? Are they going to be on the list? I think that what the bill is trying to do is give the Department of Health the flexibility to add items to the list that if we disagree, we can take them off. But we're not here year-round. They are. So, again, if you have an exemption today, this bill doesn't change it. If you want a conversation with your doctor and to agree whether or not to get a specific vaccine, that doesn't change. Thank you, Mr. President.
What purpose does the senator from Russell, Senator Chafin, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
And something that has been missing from this, or maybe not missing, but not directly brought forward in this debate, is that we all of us, every member of the Senate, certainly has a hierarchy of human value. We all have that. Those of us who have faith, we have that at the top of our values. Those of us who love our state, we have that high in our hierarchies. We have our country high in our hierarchy. But I can tell you that right up there near the very top, right near faith, is that hierarchy value assigned to your children, those of us who have children. We value our children, we love our children, and we feel very strong about our rights of primacy toward making decisions about our children. Now, I will say that my children, I have 3, and they've all been vaccinated, and I believe in that. But I also believe, Mr. President, in that primacy of parents to make those decisions, that they have researched, that they feel best about, Mr. President. And I hope that you'll vote to defeat this bill.
For what purpose does the senator from Henrico, Senator Dunham, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I will start, Mr. President, by saying how saddened I am by the miscommunication in the conversation about this bill. And it saddens me to be in conflict with constituents, with fellow senators who I have an enormous amount of respect for. I can say right now that I believe every member in this body is committed to doing the right thing for Virginia's parents, for their children, and for their health. But I want to point out a couple of things. The first is that as this bill went forward, and I advocated for it because, and we'll talk about why I think it's the right things to do in a minute, there were a couple of requests that were made by constituents. And one was that we just list the vaccines in the bill. I pulled my amendment so that that could happen. The second thing was, don't turn it over to the CDC. We'd prefer even to have the board of the Department of Health, the board at the Department of Health, make those decisions. Keep this a Virginia-based decision. Those are the amendments that have been offered and accepted today. And I, in good conscience, did what, after an enormous amount of discernment, I thought was the right thing to do. I want to say also, when I hear this, there is no change in parental control. 3 years ago, the Joint Commission on Health Care considered removing the opt-out for vaccines in Virginia, and I was a vocal advocate against that and in favor of parental rights. And at that time, we looked at the religious opt-out and made a very conscious recognition that that is not in any way really accounted for. Somebody just has to say, I don't want to do it. And as a physician, I believe in patient-centered care completely. My job is to educate, to refine information so that it is concise and communicable, and let the patient decide after they have all the information. I support that every day, and I do on vaccines. But as this conversation has deteriorated this year, I think we've gotten away from the issue. Virginia, decades ago, required children be vaccinated to go to school. That does not change. Virginia has an opt-out from vaccinations. The decisions will be made with the pediatrician and the parents, with the parent having the final say over what happens to that child. That does not change. But meningitis kills teenagers. And HPV causes cancer. And so these are vaccinations that for those that want them, they should be accessible. So I just want to say that I believe in all the things everybody in this body believes in, and I believe supporting this bill supports those principles. Parental control, access to health care, patient-informed decision-making. And it makes it so we don't have to let the conversation become conflicted like it has this time. But I felt a need to stand up and say those things, because I never want there to be an inference in any way that supporting this bill doesn't support parental rights and doesn't support the state having autonomy over this. We can be consulted by CDC, who have more expertise than most. And with that in mind, Mr. President, I hope that you actually support the bill.
Thank you. Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, to speak briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I really do hope that we will not vote for this bill. I think it is somewhat of a permanent vote now to somewhat permanently put in the hands of other bodies what we have kept in our hands. Mr. President, I think also the bill is just not any longer technically correct. The information that used to be on line 233 through 241 was all the reporting back to us after someone else did something. And all that's gone because we were going to keep that authority. It's simply not there. It technically doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. Mr. President, I don't think anybody on this floor has any strong concerns about the CDC. No one certainly would ever vilify them. But we don't often trade away our votes either to a national organization, even if it's respected, or a state organization. Mr. President, to the question, if you're wondering, well, have we gotten all the exemptions? Yes, they're all there. They're all there. They're after the 200s, after 200 through 230 or so. But the fact is that if you have a disease that comes through, like the one that we've had, we added a different exemption because it was different than all the rest. The CDC asked us to add it. We did, and we put in a different exemption for that. We don't have the ability because the exemptions are in the Code of Virginia. We did not give to the department the ability to have a method of having an exemption around the way we currently today. I think the bill is technically flawed. Maybe it can be fixed, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, in conference, but I think the best thing to do is for us to not give our vote away today. I think we had an opportunity to do something much, much better.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise?
I rise to speak to the bill briefly.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
I'm almost reluctant to speak after the eloquence of our Dr. Senator from Henrico, but there is one thing that has troubled me from the beginning about the discussion. Yes, parents should have rights. They should have rights over the medical care of their own children. But with the case of vaccines, they're endangering other people's children. There are children who cannot have vaccines who are put at risk. There are infants who are not yet able to have vaccines, and they're at risk. And I think that's just unconscionable. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator. Are there any other senators that wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1090? For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
You know, as a parent of 4, this is very personal to me. And while I appreciate the sentiments of some of those expressed today, whenever it's your child and your responsibility to make these decisions, while I appreciate that we also have to consider other people's children and who this is going to affect, if the vaccines are so effective, then you should have no concern for your child. And I think that we need to respect that there are many different perspectives here that are brought to the table, and we need to respect all those differences. I am very concerned that we are hurting the parents and that we're not taking into account their thoughts and their beliefs. And I'm still going to oppose this bill. I do support a parent's rights to choose, and I don't think we're taking into account that the manufacturers still fail to take responsibility for the liability of their vaccinations that do cause injury. They completely don't take responsibility for that. And so I take issue with the last statements that were just made and say it's my child, my choice, and I will make that decision for my kids. And so will the parents in the hallway that came today that object to these vaccinations being forced on their children for religious reasons or others. And it's not that they're unconscionable. It is the fact that they are conscientious of the decisions they are making and the impact that it makes to their kids and their family. And that is their right as a parent.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall House Bill 1090 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. House Bill 1090 passes.
Returning to page 79, House Bill 675.
There's now a floor amendment.
And there's now a floor amendment.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the floor amendment be waived.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you agree that someone with a learner's permit shouldn't hold a phone at all, you should like the floor amendment because it strikes the part of the bill that says that. Now all the bill does is say rather than they can't hold a wireless or a cellular device, they can't hold a handheld communications device. The reason for that is to make sure that the learner's permit section is consistent with the hands-free bill in other parts of the code, because cellular and wireless are specific technologies, but there are other handheld devices that may not fit the technical definition of cellular and wireless. And so I ask that the floor amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment?
Mr. President.
What purpose, Senator from King George?
I rise to speak in favor of the floor amendment.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, I think this solves the concerns that some of us had, and I would move we support the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that amendment in mind, I move that the bill pass. But I want you to think about something for just a minute. The realities of the modern world catch up with us. And back when I was teaching my 3 boys how to drive, the hardest thing I had to do was teach them how to drive a stick shift. Well, you don't see too many of them anymore. But I tell you what the kids do deal with, and what you're going to have to be very careful around, is actually teaching them, when you're teaching them to drive, about cell phones and their usage. And I would support, or I would purport that it would be a wise thing for people to do to teach their child within the scope of this law how to use their cell phone for navigational purposes, and to teach them the right way to do those things, because that's the reality we're facing. And to just ignore all that, and then one day they go out and all of a sudden they've got their cell phone and their driver's license and nobody's taught them about the cell phone, that too can be a problem. But I think the amendment is a good one. I'm glad Senator McClellan made that motion. I move that the bill pass.
Thank the
As
Senator.
amended.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 675? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 675 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. House Bill 675 passes.
On page 85, uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I move that the resolution be removed from the block.
No, not yet.
Oh.
It's okay. When it's time, you're ready. Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 85 and 86, that's House Bill 1492 through 1572, the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 85 through 86, House Bill 1492 through House Bill 1572 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that those said bills go by for the day.
Thank the senator. The question is, the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, House joint resolutions on third reading.
Now?
I move it. Almost. Getting so close, so close. We're almost there.
You thought I was bad.
Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all House joint resolutions on the third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 87 through 91, HJR 103 through HJR 148, be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution, Janet.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall House joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 87 through 91, House joint resolution 103 through House joint resolution 148, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 103, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise?
Mr. President, may I please remove this from the block?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 103 is removed from the block.
House Joint Resolution 21, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 29, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Joint Resolution 42, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 47, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 50, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 70, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 72, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 88, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 100, reported from the Committee on Rules with an amendment.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could House Joint Resolution 100 come out of the block?
Without objection, House Joint Resolution 100 will be removed from the block.
House Joint Resolution 102, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 104, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 108, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 111, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 133, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 134, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 140, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 144, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 145, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 148, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Question is, shall the House Joint Resolutions be agreed to in a block? That is all resolutions except for House Joint Resolutions 103 and 100. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions in the block are agreed to.
House Joint Resolution 103.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this resolution pass. And speaking to it,
Senator has the floor.
This is the constitutional amendment that deals with that a veteran who is 100% service-connected, permanent, and total disability can have one motor vehicle exempt from state and local taxes, and it's only prospective. And I would like to also apologize to my dear friend from Spotsylvania. He had the similar resolution, and we carried his over, and I am very sorry on thinking about it. This is something that should definitely go to the public.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 103? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 103? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 103.
On page 89, House Joint Resolution 109, 100, I'm sorry, 100.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendment to HJR 100 be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Oh. What purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Senator yield? Senator yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry I shut down my computer, but can she tell me exactly what is happening here? Total submission of 30 requests to DLS prior to a session?
Senator has the floor.
Can you hear me? The amendment addresses the number of submissions of requests that members can make, and that would be 30.
Further question?
I thank the gentlelady. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Hampton yield for a question?
Senator yield. Senator yields. You have the floor.
And this is only for bill drafting requests. This is not the actual bills.
Bill drafting request, that would be correct.
Speaking very briefly to the
Senator has the floor.
I mean this kind of tongue-in-cheek, but kind of seriously. I hope this means that those of you who do not have offices here in the Pocahontas building on that bill drafting deadline will actually answer your phones when people are trying to get their requests in, because they can only get the people in this building to answer the phone. Those senators who represent the Richmond area get a lot of draft requests to put in on behalf of other people because they're not as responsive on that last day. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Well, I speak to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
I would say, first of all, there's this thing called the internet I found to be very handy when it comes to submitting requests. I would simply say I think this is a long overdue change, needed change. We had this previously, and I think we'll do a better job of examining and scrutinizing the legislation that we have if we have this. I asked that it be lower, 20, but they fought me off, and it's 30. So I move we approve or ask we approve this bill.
For what purpose does the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, I rise in support of it, and I compliment the chair of the Rules Committee.
Senator's the floor.
I have previously vented on the floor that there is no reason to have 50 or 60 bills introduced, much less drafted. We always are much more insightful in the rearview mirror, but as we came into this session, Legislative Services was down 3 attorneys. They immediately lost 1. I have never seen so many substitutes in the many years that I have been here, and that just put additional pressure on Legislative Services. And I would say to those who are not responsive and answering their phones and get in a 11th hour panic and perhaps call one of their collegiate colleagues, don't do it. Just don't do it. And if we all cannot exercise a collective discipline on restraining ourselves on the number of pieces of legislation we're drafted, then perhaps the majority of us will have to do that. So I rise in support of it, and I think it's long overdue.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the patron.
Senator Yield.
Mr. President, the way I'm reading this, it simply...
I'm not the patron, but I will yield.
Oh, okay. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
The way I'm reading this, it simply says we could not request drafts. But does that mean that if someone else were to draft legislation, there still would be an unlimited number of bills one could carry? And is that the intention? Is that what we want?
Senator's the floor.
Yes. But that doesn't mean that you should.
What purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville, rise? Oh, okay. Thought they were called your name, I think. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 100? We do the committee amendments. Okay, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the committee amendment? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that HJR 100 be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 100? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 100? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 100.
You can only request enough drafts that fit in a Walmart shopping cart. Regular calendar, House Joint Resolutions on third reading. House Joint Resolution 10, designating June 1st in 2020 and each succeeding year as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Virginia. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HJR 10 pass.
Thank you, Senator. You want to speak to it?
She said it is. No,
Have to.
it is self-explanatory. It's just designate June 1st in 2020 and each succeeding year as Gun Violence Awareness Day.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 10? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 10.
House Joint Resolution 85, designating November 20th in 2020 and each succeeding year as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Virginia. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that HJR 85 be agreed to, and as stated, it just designates November 20th as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Virginia.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 85? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 85.
House Joint Resolution 91, affirming the Commonwealth's commitment to diversity and safeguarding the civil rights and dignity of all Virginians. Reported for the Committee on Rules.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that HJR 91 be agreed to. It simply affirms that the Commonwealth is committed to diversity and safeguarding the civil rights and dignity of all Virginians.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 91? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 91.
House Joint Resolution 130, directing the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission to study options for the regulation of adult use of cannabis and medical cannabis report. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, what the substitute does is it makes it the same as the resolution that the senior senator from Richmond had that directs J. Lark to do a study on cannabis and medical cannabis and to provide a report. So again, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to House Joint Resolution 130? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to House Joint Resolution 130. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I inquire the clerk, does that complete the calendar for today?
Sir.
Yeah, great. More? You all want more? Any reconsiderations?
Senator, do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, March the 4th, the Committee on the Judiciary and the House Judicial Panel will meet at 9 a.m. in the House Committee Room, Pocahontas, for judicial interviews. The Republican caucus will meet 1 hour before session in Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. The Democratic caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
I think the Republican caucus will only be meeting 30 minutes prior to session.
Yeah. Good. Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, call the Senator from Portsmouth. Madam President, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.